When you talk about the tax aspects going forward, your colleagues in the Northeast very much want the SALT deduction to come back. You're from Louisiana. You may not care at all about the SALT deduction, but how do you keep your fellow Republicans on the same page? Because obviously every vote counts with such a slim majority.
Right. We can't afford to lose any votes. And when we go back to 2017, when we passed the first Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with President Trump, I was the majority whip at the time and was in the negotiations to get this deduction. We didn't completely get rid of SALT. We actually created a deduction, you could call it to helping those families that had a marriage penalty against them, so that families could still get a deduction for SALT, just not what the old policy was. And so, we're looking at something like that again, with working with the members of the New York and New Jersey delegations and some of the other delegations to come up with something that can work within the confines of also making sure that we keep our national tax rates low. Because one of the advantages of getting rid of the SALT deduction is that you're able to bring the corporate rate from 35% nationally down to 21. We had the highest corporate rate in the industrialized world, and it was costing us millions of jobs. And so ultimately, we brought millions of jobs back to America by making our country competitive again. Last thing you want to do is see that corporate rate go back up again and become uncompetitive as a nation. We don't want to see jobs leaving America again. So there's always a balance you have to strike. And if you do too much on the side of SALT, you ultimately end up with a high corporate rate, and America becomes less competitive and we lose jobs. We don't want that to happen again.
Special Counsel Jack Smith, who was put in charge of investigating President-elect Trump regarding January 6th and the Florida classified documents case, has resigned. Your colleague, Chairman Jim Jordan, said in November that he would like to have an investigation into Jack Smith's time as special counsel. Your thoughts on that?
Jim is on the right track. And look, you saw this warfare, this out-of-control abuse of power by some of these federal agencies going after their political enemies. And Donald Trump was front and center. Donald Trump wasn't the only person they went after, but he was surely the main target. And they went after him and his family in every way you can imagine. Again, abusing government to just try to silence their political opponents. That's wrong, Mike. And the message needs to be sent loud and clear. That can never happen again. So we need to de-weaponize these agencies, and we need to investigate the people who were abusing their power. If you were abusing the power you had as a federal agent, we're going to be coming and looking at you.
We saw on New Year's Day the heartbreaking attack in New Orleans in your home state of Louisiana, an attack that left 14 dead, dozens injured. Are you concerned about Inauguration Day security and how these types of attacks can be prevented?
Yeah, such a horrible tragedy, and the loss of life, it's just wonderful people that we lost in a senseless act of terrorism. But it shows you once again that terrorism's here. You've seen so many people on the terrorist watch list come across our border. And so you've got to expect they're planning to take action again. And this is not the last we're going to see of this. So, the Homeland Security Department needs to always be on high alert. When you have big events, of course, like the swearing in of a new president, it's an even higher level alert that everybody needs to expect to be on. So I'm sure the agencies will be prepared for it. I'm looking for a celebratory day. It's going to be a wonderful day to swear in President Trump as the 47th president of the United States. But, you also got to recognize that there are going to be people that try to take advantage of that, and our agents need to be ready.
He's the majority leader of the House of Representatives, Steve Scalise, the great state of Louisiana. Grateful for your time, sir. Have a wonderful week.
Mike, great being with you. God bless.
Ride Home with Rich Zeoli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high-interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait, apply today.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today. Lives here at 12 Radio 1210 WPHT. Join us Monday, January 20th, starting at 6 a.m. with Kayal and Company at the Newtown Athletic Club for the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Don Stensland will be there live from 10 a.m. to noon, and Dom Giordano from 12 to 3 p.m. The Newtown Athletic Club is one of the top lifestyle clubs and health and wellness centers globally. Visit newtownathletic.com. You can't be at the inauguration, but you can be with fellow Patriots. Monday, January 20th, starting at 6 a.m. at the Newtown Athletic Club. Live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet! In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Week this morning, they'll be looking to bounce back from Friday's downturn when the Dow lost 697, the S&P 500 91, and the NASDAQ 317. That after good news about the job market fueled concerns that may keep inflation and interest rates high. The December jobs report indicated employers added 256,000 jobs, much more than expected, up from 212,000 in November. The unemployment rate also dropped from 4.2% to 4.1%. President Biden was pleased.
Kamala and I and our administration have written a new playbook that's growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up that benefits everyone.
There'll be a lot of major banking earnings reports this week, including Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Goldman Sachs Wednesday, Bank of America and Morgan Stanley Thursday, and Citizens Financial Group Friday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
For millions of Americans, January is a dry month. Bar owner Michael Eccleston in Utah says he typically sees about a 15% dip in sales.
We do see a little bit of a slowdown, especially in the first couple weeks of January. I don't know how much of that is like holiday fatigue or people doing New Year's resolution stuff.
But the U.S. Surgeon General wants more people to consider abstinence all the time. Dr. Vivek Murthy recently calling for a cancer warning label on alcohol, releasing an advisory that outlines a direct link between alcohol consumption and an increased risk of at least 7 types of cancer. He also wants a reassessment of guideline limits for alcohol consumption. Murthy says it's the 3rd leading preventable cause of cancer in the U.S., behind smoking and obesity, which isn't really new.
It's old information, but he's kind of putting together these different studies to kind of make it more apparent to the public.
Dr. Devi Nampia-Parampil is medical director of Metropolis Pain Medicine, associate professor at NYU School of Medicine, and a Fox 5 medical contributor. She says there's more than one pathway from alcohol to cancer.
For example, when you drink alcohol, it gets broken down into something called acetaldehyde in the liver, which is a toxin that damages your cells. And as your cells get damaged, they have the potential to become cancerous cells. Now, usually they get destroyed, they self-destruct, but if they don't, then they become more dangerous. And the more alcohol you drink, the more chance that that can happen. So that's in the liver. And then alcohol can also increase the levels of a hormone called estrogen, which is associated with breast cancer. So it's not that estrogen causes breast cancer immediately. I mean, women have estrogen available to them. That's an important hormone. But as it increases because of alcohol, those levels can also go up, or that risk can also go up. And then thirdly, if you're drinking, and usually if you're smoking also, the tobacco can get dissolved in the alcohol itself, those carcinogens, and that can just directly impact cells like in the mouth, in the throat, the esophagus. And so you can increase your risk of cancer in those areas as well. So there are a lot of different cancers that can increase as you're drinking, but it's not a direct link, and it's a very complicated relationship sometimes.
And it sounds like it's not every type of cancer. You singled out a few of them there. I think the Surgeon General's warning kind of highlighted 7 different kinds. Is it even limited to those 7 kinds?
It may not be limited. So there's actually a lot more that needs to be understood about alcohol. And he's focusing on cancer specifically, but usually when we think about alcohol, we're thinking more about usually the addictive effects, right? Like mental health, depression, substance abuse. And there's also a complicated cardiovascular relationship. Like there was a time where we thought that maybe it might be protective for some types of cardiovascular disease and heart attack if you had alcohol in small amounts. But if you had a heavy drinking problem, then it could increase your risk of high blood pressure and heart attack and stroke. So, it's a very complicated situation. I think the warning label, it doesn't simplify it. It actually makes it harder to understand.
Especially when different studies say different things. Like you sort of alluded to this just there, but the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, a report from them suggests, moderate drinking can maybe lower certain health risks, including heart attacks and strokes, possibly even lower the risk of dying. So that sounds, contradictory on its face to the Surgeon General saying, well, yeah, but it can elevate the cancer risk. And that National Academies report offers guidance on moderate drinking, but breaks it down into daily increments. So then you run into questions like, well, is it any better if you're only drinking on the weekend, for instance? I mean, it seems like there's a lot that the medical community still doesn't know.
You're exactly right. I mean, that's it. The last time that this was looked at heavily was about 7 years ago. The United States Preventative Services Task Force looked into it, and they really said that the highest risk is if people are drinking more than 4 drinks per day. Those people might be higher risk for issues, or if someone's drinking more than 14 drinks per week. I mean, there are different guidelines, but generally speaking, that kind of goes along with what we think, that if someone's drinking heavily, they're going to be more at risk for a variety of complications. So what we have now is we have more access to information, but what it is these issues are more complicated and nuanced. So you have all this different information. You need somebody to be able to help you sort it out. And even the medical community is very specialized. They may not have all this information. So trying to take it all and put it into one simple warning label, I think that might create a lot of alarm among people who are not really at significant risk, and everybody has a different risk tolerance. So you don't want to create panic among people who are just okay with some risk and trying to follow social norms and have a good time. And meanwhile, if you raise that alarm unnecessarily, you cause people to have some distrust, so they don't really want to listen when there is a real risk that might be more applicable to them.
I guess the flip side to that would be, though, if there's a warning label that says, hey, this might increase your cancer risk, or however maybe if it's worded a little more carefully, could that be a good thing in terms of getting people's attention, maybe people who aren't thinking about it at all?
Yeah, I think that it is important to let people have information. So it's not that I think that information should be hidden, but what's the best way of communicating that information, right? So I think the first thing is to clarify, how does it increase the risk of cancer, to more, a little bit more clearly. And as you said, like the different types of cancer, because it's not all the same way. Then there are going to be people, we're talking about preventable risks, but people who are going to be higher risk for these types of cancers anyway. There are some folks who are going to be higher risk for breast cancer, and maybe kind of stratifying these folks so that they know that, hey, you're already at some increased risk for some of these types of cancer. Don't add to your risk with alcohol as well. So, there might be ways to figure that out a little bit more clearly, but I think putting it on a warning label for everybody without that additional information is a little confusing. And sometimes with warning labels, like we see these pharma ads, sometimes there's so much information packed into it that I think it dilutes the message to some extent, because people can't really read all that fine print, or they get distracted to some extent. Not everybody, but a lot of people. I find myself distracted when there's just, a lot of information packed in a moment, like the moment that you look at something.
Are there early warning signs for some of these cancers? What do, doctors look for, or should patients be asking for specific testing as part of an annual physical if they're concerned about an elevated risk of cancer from drinking?
Yeah, so I think this gets to sort of the difficulty of having conversations about drinking with the doctor, because there are general screening tests. So screening tests would be like you have no symptoms at all, but you just happen to see the doctor and you're going to get these things done. So with alcohol, in that case, it is, it can be linked to breast cancer, but those symptoms don't have to be related to alcohol. It's just for the symptoms you're going to get evaluated and treated. But usually with alcohol, people can have other symptoms. For example, they might have a lot of GI symptoms, like they might have stomach upset. They might feel like their throat is burning. They might feel like a lot of nausea, vomiting type stuff. But then that's like if they're drinking a lot of alcohol, having acid reflux and this type of stuff. But sometimes you'll see other things. People are not sleeping. They're not doing well at, at work or in their environment. People are concerned about their drinking. So that can happen also. It doesn't have to be the cancer symptom, because that usually happens much later if it's related to heavy alcohol use. And then, sometimes things will come up just on routine blood work. So if someone's getting their liver function tests checked, and then something's elevated, again, doesn't have to be related to alcohol. It could be for many reasons. And most of the time, people tend to understate how much they drink, either on purpose or they just don't realize. So I think that's a challenge as well. And then, drinking is also part of the social norms. So, for example, like tobacco, people do smoke, but it's come down, like it's fallen out of favor to some extent. So, so it's a little bit different, and there's a lot of screening done for lung cancer and other things if people have a long history of smoking. But with alcohol, it's a little bit more tricky because so many people drink alcohol regularly. It's part of our social norms, our culture, and everything. So sometimes it's hard to tell if people should just have their regular screening or if they should have something on top of that unless they're drinking more heavily.
We are in the middle of dry January, a post-holiday period of not drinking for some people. Do we have any sense, how much or even if that can help lower potential risk factors?
In terms of cancer risk, I don't think that's as clear, but I think dry January it kind of brings up something else that has come up during the pandemic, that there are a lot of people who kind of just fell off with drinking. I think because these were probably folks who were social drinkers, and then when there was an opportunity to stop drinking, they didn't have the same socialization, the same activities. Then they stopped drinking, and perhaps there's some health benefits to that, although it's a mixed picture because obviously there's a lot of health risk associated with both the pandemic and the lockdowns.
It sounds like big picture, anyone who wants to sort of get a better handle on their health, be honest with your doctor, see your doctor maybe at some sort of regular interval, even if it's only once a year, and look at really the whole picture of your health and not just one thing like alcohol. Would that sort of be the best advice?
Yeah, I think so. That sounds perfect. I mean, and the whole picture, just to give more of a sense, that involves your family history too, because that says what you might be at risk for. It involves things that you do for work. So what might you be exposed to? Because there could be other cancer-causing things that you might be exposed to and stuff. But not that it increases your risk dramatically, but just that might affect your risk. And there could be other health risks that you're facing. So you want to look at all of that and then discuss that with the physician, get a realistic portrayal of what you're most at risk for and what you should be monitoring for. I mean, there are no guarantees, but at the same time, you want to balance the risks and benefits so that you can have, you can act accordingly depending on what you're at risk for.
And I guess, as with so many things, a lot really does come down to moderation.
Of course, I'm not against abstinence because probably for health effects, that is the best route. I guess I'm more for moderation because I think, we tend to look at health sometimes as, there's life and health is off like some compartment in the corner, but I don't really think of it like that. I think health is something that should be totally embedded in your quality of life and what we're doing. So in that sense, drinking is a part of our culture. That's sort of the reality. So I'm not advocating for any health effects of benefits of alcohol. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that really you have to balance things so that you can achieve your quality of life while still maintaining your health. And usually that involves doing things by really balancing the risks and benefits.
Well, Dr. Devi, we greatly appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop. Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. As someone who's dedicated my life to protecting people, I know the importance of guarding what matters most. Right now, with global instability and the dollar's declining value, that means securing your financial assets with gold. For me, I trust Advantage Gold with my own investments. Give them a call at 800-900-8000 for a 100% free gold guide. Again, call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
I'm Sue Guzman. Progress reportedly made in a hostage release and ceasefire deal in the Israel-Hamas war.
Mediators have reportedly made significant progress overnight toward brokering a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal between Israel and Hamas. Officials say a proposed deal is on the table, but hurdles remain as each side seeks final approval from their leaders.
Fox's Marianne Rafferty. No break for first responders on the fire lines in California, the largest wildfire of the Palisades.
These winds, combined with low relative humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County very high.
LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. The death toll now stands at 24. And soap opera legend Leslie Charleston, who starred on General Hospital for 5 decades, has died following an illness. She was 79. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Playoff tripleheader in the NFL Sunday. The game of the day, the Commanders topping the Bucs in Tampa on a Zane Gonzalez field goal off the upright on the final play, 23-20. The Bills fell behind 7-0 early, but scored 31 unanswered in a 31-7 rout of the Broncos. And the Eagles won ugly, 22-10 over the Packers, intercepting Green Bay quarterback Jordan Love 3 times. Mike Vrabel is returning to New England to coach the team that he won 3 Super Bowls with as a player, agreeing on a multi-year contract with the Patriots. And Coco Gauff, no problems in the first round of the Australian Open, straight set winner over fellow American Sophia Kenin. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If Deion Sanders decided to pull an Archie Manning with his own son and say, we will not play for this team. For those that don't know, famously Archie Manning with Eli said, we're not going to play for the San Diego Chargers, did not want any part of that organization at the time, and orchestrated the draft in a way where Eli ends up with the Giants, Phillip Rivers with the 3rd pick ends up at the Chargers quarterback. All is well with both organizations, but he manipulated the whole thing as a father. Deion Sanders as a father, even as a Colorado coach, could help manipulate and let teams know
and say he's not playing,
that he's not going to play. But as an NFL coach, can he do that? If he's the Raiders coach and he's telling the Titans, yeah, he's only going to play for me, is there some sort of tampering rule with that?
That's a great question.
He's no longer just the father, he's the coach of a team in the NFL, and I wonder if they could even do that legally. Archie Manning could, because he wasn't affiliated with any one team. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. When Donald Trump is inaugurated just about a week from now, a long list of tech CEOs will be in the crowd. A spokesperson says OpenAI CEO Sam Altman plans to go. And sources say Meta Platforms CEO Mark Zuckerberg will be there. Uber has also confirmed its CEO, Derek Khosrowshahi, will be at some of the surrounding festivities. And Uber will also be hosting an inauguration party in Washington with Elon Musk's ex-social media firm and the Free Press, a media company. Walt Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery are scrapping plans for a joint sports streaming venture days after they settled a lawsuit brought by Fubo TV over the Venue Sports project. All 3 companies say it was a joint decision. Disney has instead agreed to merge its Hulu and Live TV streaming service with Fubo TV and take a 70% stake in the new entity. That deal essentially settled the lawsuit against the 3 companies. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Damon John here, the People Shark. In the early days of Fubo, I relied on my personal credit cards and faced overwhelming debt. I was on the verge of losing my home and my company. I got lucky. My company's success saved me, but not everyone can wait for luck to save them from debt. And that's why I am excited to partner with National Debt Relief. They have a proven track record of helping people get out of debt quickly, saving them thousands. Their award-winning programs is simple and hassle-free. National Debt Relief can create personalized plans for your financial situation and help reduce your debt. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people, and they can help you too. Take your first step towards a better financial future. Call National Debt Relief today.
To find out what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-822-6611. 800-822-6611. Again, that's 800-822-6611.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3,
Philadelphia.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, January 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Oh, what a weekend it was.
Woohoo!
And what a show we have for you today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday. Eagles!
Eagles!
Woo!
Eagles! Yeah. Gregory.
Backdoored that win, didn't
Backdoor to cover.
Man.
But they move on.
A win's a win.
Who came the closest? I guess it was you, Kale.
Was it?
Yeah, I think you had 24-17. What was the
27-17.
I had 27-20, right?
You did. I had them by 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, not to bury the lead on the Eagles, but I really got to have A.J. Brown reading a book on the sideline.
Well,
he says he's done that all season.
Yeah.
He's reading Elon Musk's book club.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stories.
Book club. Thought he was maybe reading Goosebumps from R.L. Stein.
Yeah.
Wow. What a day. What a day.
What a
day. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. By the way, our buddy Harry Mays will join us at 9 o'clock today to talk about the Eagles. We'll talk about Penn State, James Franklin, Notre Dame, college championship a week from today, all the NFL playoffs. Eagles will get the winner of Minnesota and Los Angeles as they play tonight. That game moved from Los Angeles to Arizona because of the wildfires. Big take this morning on Juan Mershon, Jack Smith, all the legal news that came down late Friday morning and on Saturday as Jack Smith resigns. Also, we've got a ton of updates on the LA wildfires. Everything that's going on in California, Crowley against Karen, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, politics, don't make it political, misinformation, disinformation. We'll break it all down for you. And also another couple of huge revelations with the Facebook facelift.
Oh, yeah.
The meta makeover, if you will.
Zucker schmuck.
Yeah, perm boy.
God, he's nauseating.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh. Joe Rogan had to sit there with him for 3 hours and pretend like he was interested in what he had to say.
Two martial arts guys talking about tampons in men's bathrooms.
It's just the worst.
But we'll get into it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is there any more of a bigger weasel than Mark Zuckerberg?
You cannot trust that guy as far as you can throw him.
He's like trying to wear the big, thick, biggie gold chain.
Uh-huh.
I know, we have all the audio. We'll play it later. But I don't believe a word this guy says.
No.
Not a word. I don't think that anything he says is truthful.
Should he get a shred of credibility or a shred of credit or respect for being, well, at least better late than never to the party? I think that's the question you have to ask yourself. And if you were banned on Facebook, which you will hear from Zuckerberg himself, are you going to maybe go back in the new era? We'll see. 855-839-1210 to jump in. But we have a lot of news to get to, so let's get to it. 6:04, round number one. The great Dawn Stensler.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, first edition, this Monday morning, January 13th. We are sponsored by the awesome Newtown Athletic Club. We hope to see you there 1 week from today. Thank you to the NAC for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live this morning. So the Sixers are staying in Philadelphia.
Speaking of weasels.
After all that.
What a charade.
A stunning turn of events, as they're calling it. Some council members saying they got played, we got played. Philadelphia 76ers announced they will remain at the sports complex in South Philadelphia instead of building that brand new big basketball arena in Center City.
So whose political influence played off? Whose pockets were greased? Who's walking around feeling like they got the best of it today? Anybody? Anyone?
This was the plan all along.
From Comcast officials?
Yes. This was the plan. Like this whole thing, I'm so disgusted by this whole thing. Look, at the end of the day, I don't care.
Well, neither do I.
I never
That's the
cared
thing.
if they moved down there or not. But just be honest about it.
Yeah.
And this whole thing reeked of dishonesty.
I told you I didn't really ultimately care about the story. I'm not a season ticket holder. I'm not a city resident. You can watch these things at home. The TV experience is better. By the time it's done, Embiid will be in a wheelchair anyway. The whole bit, right? But like when I took my girls to Disney on Ice during the holiday break. And I got to tell you, the outside of it, the Wells Fargo Center is kind of a concrete eyesore at this point. Maybe just do like a facelift on the outside, because inside it's still a nice venue.
It is.
There's nothing wrong with it on the interior.
Yep.
So I don't know.
So the deal, we're told, it is based on a deal struck with Comcast. Spectacor comes more than 2 years after the team had originally proposed the new arena for Center City, the NBA, the NFL, helping to broker this deal, this agreement, which ended the franchise's second attempt to have a home of its own. And so in this one, we're told that Comcast is hoping to transform the sports complex into a year-round destination for work and play. That $2.5 billion proposal calls for new retail and restaurants, a music venue, a hotel. So the plan doesn't specifically call for a new arena, but does leave room for one. So Comcast recently completing that $400 million overhaul of what you just referred to, Nick Kayal, the Wells Fargo Center, where the Sixers are currently playing. So what's going to happen here? Because we've heard, the main cheerleader after all those town halls, Mayor Sherelle Parker, she strongly supported the arena project because she supported pumping, billions of dollars into the so-called, the area of Market Street.
Mm-hmm.
And so will they do that and do something, especially with Macy's leaving?
That's
remember
true.
we just announced that.
Yeah, the Wanamaker.
The Wanamaker building will be, and this is history, more than 100 years. So what does this look like? I know that Comcast had purchased multiple buildings, you know what I mean, along Market Street.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this look like? And will they still go through and try to do a development plan and get others involved?
Let me ask you this, because it's Comcast and it's NBC and NBC Universal. Do you think any of this? I'm guessing the answer is no, because we talked about MSNBC being sold off and spun off by Comcast and NBC. Do you think any of this is connected to where they are as a company right now, Dawn, or is that media television thing completely separate from this?
Completely separate.
Okay.
Comcast is, they're one of the wealthiest corporations, and they have the Roberts family, they're committed to, they love Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody could maybe pump some money into the Market Street area and help out Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to hear from Mayor Parker at 11 o'clock today. But I don't, I know that a lot of the Chinatown advocates are thrilled with this news.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say I'm personally hopeful that we still can, we can still revive this so-called fashion district. Market Street.
I
used
think
to
it's
be a thriving area.
I think that's the kind of the juggling act here between those that are really interested in the story, those that are affected, those that live in the area or work there or commute there. It's, the economy and the tourism are the pluses that it'll do for the area versus the parking and the traffic and the congestion and the nightmare as the negatives. So, those are the kind of people I would like to actually speak to, is like, what do you think about this? Because as somebody that lives in Montgomery County that never goes down that way unless it's for an outing, doesn't really change my life. Greg, Bucks County. Dawn, you're the city resident, right? But
I would argue
it's not taxpayer funded, right? Or
well,
it wouldn't have been.
This would not have been, but I would argue that we all benefit from this. I would say no matter where you are in the suburbs, we all benefit. And as well, we used to be in the city every single weekend, in Center City, And so to revive this and to figure out a game plan and kind of revitalize Market East,
Mm-hmm.
I think is awesome, not just for Philadelphia, but also the surrounding suburbs.
You know what? If it makes you happy, I'm rooting for it to happen, Dawn.
Thank you.
Yes.
What a good husbandy response. Is that a word?
What the hell's the difference? They won't
makes
be
you happy, baby.
They won't be using it in April and May anyway, because both teams that occupy that building stink.
So we'll get to it, and we'll know more today at 11 what they're going to do. So we do have this morning, just checking up on 4 Philadelphia police officers hospitalized, injured after that illegal car meetup ended in a crash and injuries. So police saying this all started right in front of the Target there on Monument Road. It's on City Avenue, what we used to call City Line Avenue, that Target right across from NBC 10, basically.
Yeah, it's by where we used to be radio station-wise.
Yes.
Yep.
So at least 50 vehicles when police show up, because it's on the Philadelphia side, at least 50 vehicles disperse. and some of them driving quite recklessly. Police followed several of those cars to Broad and Tioga, all the way to North Philadelphia. Other police apparently joining in to figure this one out. And so some of these cars driving, according to witnesses, officers, driving at a very fast rate of speed. And it sounds like they were essentially a game of chicken where they, turned into the lane of the officers, turned on the officers, driving directly toward the responding officers, whose sirens and lights were going, etc. And so at one point, at least one of those police cars swerved, crashed into a pole.
Oh, jeez.
So 3 of the officers suffered leg and arm injuries. They're in stable condition this morning. It looks like the 4th officer also in stable condition. So they were able to take and arrest 4 people who are in custody. And one of them, a usual suspect, one of the guys in a red Camaro, they tracked him down to Delco, Upper Darby area. And so that car had been stolen, big surprise, with the license plates, tags switched at least 2 times overnight.
Jesus.
According to law enforcement.
Yeah, I'm so sick of these vehicular meetups, whether it's the cars. We had that stretch with those, what was it, the ATVs or the dirt bikes. Man, I just wish police could just have open season on these scumbags. Like, I don't even understand the like, what are they trying to accomplish? They just want to be disruptive? What is the end goal here of 50 cars in a Target parking lot?
Yeah, I guess it's their idea of fun. To go into the Target parking lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know.
It's unbelievable.
I don't even know. So we'll get to that one. There's so much going on locally, nationally. I will just give you the headlines as far as the national news. This is, first of all, the death toll has risen in the California wildfires to 24, with at least 16 people still missing. So we have a lot to report on that one. The Santa Ana winds, unfortunately, expected to take hold again and strengthen. So firefighters bracing, and a lot of politics reportedly between the mayor and the fire chief there, the fire commissioner. So we'll get into all of that with California. I'll point out to you that even during last night's Eagles game, you probably saw all of the fundraising going on for the Red Cross. On social media, there were many who were concerned about those struck by the hurricanes and the floods in the Carolinas. And so we'll get into that this morning, giving you the headlines as far as it is frigid in the South right now, where the FEMA money ran out for people who are homeless, who are in a trailer. And in North Carolina, they made an announcement over the weekend to add insult to injury, saying even if your property was you've lost it completely, your taxes, remember property taxes, are due.
Yeah.
And then with FEMA, some of those deadlines, the money running out for people. And many in the Carolinas saying, why are we forgotten? You're talking about movie stars in Hollywood and, saying, remember us.
I said this to my wife yesterday because we watched, the football Saturday and Sunday. Every network, every game, redcross.org/Fox/CBS if you'd like to donate. Really is amazing the difference in the way the media covers it because it's L.A. versus, back road towns in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're absolutely right.
Venue matters to the media.
And then the other piece of it, I know we'll get into it, this week, I believe at least 13 different confirmation hearings. And some of the headliners are, of course, Pete Hegseth tomorrow for your Tuesday. And then for Wednesday, that'll be Pam Bondi. So I know we'll go through that this morning. I just want to give you some headlines of what's expected moving ahead. And Pete Hegseth, already you can see the media locally, nationally, taking those hits at Pete Hegseth. So that's going to be we can expect some fireworks on these. But I believe a total of 13 and a lot of Trump news, too. Let's get to, speaking of which, Newtown Athletic Club, because 1 week from today, of course, that's where we will all be at Kayal and Company, hoping you join us. But it's go time for your fitness. The Newtown Athletic Club, or NAC, N-A-C, Bucks County. The NAC really offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate every single stage of your life. from youth to think of your kids' summer camps. They have awesome kids' summer camps, active aging, young families too, yes, empty nesters. Or maybe you just got a divorce and you want to look good before you date again. I don't know. Go to the NAC. Schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com. I know they were cheering on our Eagles. Yes, Philadelphia Eagles. And we started out by saying that. But victory, maybe there were times when we wish it had been a little more definitive. But exciting news as we find out tonight, right?
Yes.
Who we play next Sunday at 3.
Rams-Vikings winner will come to Philadelphia. That's correct.
And so...
Commanders play Detroit.
Okay.
Yep.
And so we find out tonight,
Mhm.
and then it's 3 p.m. on Sunday.
Oh, is that confirmed? So we got the late game Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it would be the early game because the late game Sunday is at 6.
Yep.
So that's better for. I always look at that and go, good.
Good, yeah. That way I can go into a coma at halftime of the second game and get up in time to do our show. Because we're going to have to be up even earlier next Monday.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
A little commute. We're not getting a hotel Sunday night, are we, Stalker?
No.
No, I didn't think so. I just figured I'd ask.
One could hope.
Drive. For God's sake.
But yes, we'll be at the NAC. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa. Be gone, Juan, and hit the road, Jack. The lawfare against Donald Trump is officially over. The weaponized government of Biden's DOJ against their political rival has officially crashed and burned. Closure. But in reality, we should be ecstatic. We should actually be thankful. It was every liberal prosecutor and judge with a political agenda and vendetta that helped 45 become 47. News coming down late Friday morning that the year's end witch hunt funded by taxpayers has ended as Alvin Bragg and Judge Juan Merchan handed out a sentence labeled, quote, an unconditional discharge. So what does this mean? It means they can label Trump a convicted felon and nothing more. And nobody in the world, other than those with TDS, will really give a damn if you think about it. I actually believe this will be overturned on appeal. But the truth is, for 9 years, the media told you this is the dagger to Trump. Every single time, we got him. They all failed. Democrats, judges, district attorneys in the media, federal agencies, the Department of Justice, and attempted assassins. And they made America look like a joke in the process. So what does this mean for Trump? Well, no prison, no probation, and no conditions. Here's Fox News legal analyst Andy McCarthy, a former federal prosecutor himself, breaking it all down. Listen and watch.
Finality for the goose is finality for the gander.
Yeah.
Final means it's over, which means Merchan doesn't have any jurisdiction over this case anymore. It's going up on appeal. The case is over. That's what they said they wanted. They needed to impose sentence here so he could enter the judgment, and that would be the end of the case. To my mind, the end of the case means it's the end of Merchan's jurisdiction to tell President Trump anything. He'll just have to wait for the next case.
Jonathan Turley, legal scholar with Fox News, tweeted the following thread on Friday saying, quote, Merchan appears to be making the case in his own defense and insisted that this case is no different from any other case in New York. It is a case being made long after the jury has left the courthouse. This is like Dr. Frankenstein telling his creature that he is just like any other man. Stitching together this case from a dead misdemeanor and declined federal charges is anything but ordinary. Trump has now been sentenced to no jail, no probation, no punishment. The pin has finally deflated a case that has been sustained for years on a mix of hot rage and rhetoric. The ultimate verdict concerns the New York legal system itself in allowing this sentencing to occur. Merchan admitted that this was an extraordinary case, but insisted that it was handled in an ordinary fashion, like other cases in New York. Really? If so, that is a chilling thought, that you do not require a unanimous decision on what actually occurred in this case. End quote. Here was Turley expounding upon those thoughts further on Fox News. Listen and watch.
I think the ultimate verdict that will come in today is not the verdict the jury delivered months ago, but a verdict on the New York court system. This is going to be the final gavel fall on a system that allowed it to be used for political purposes, for the weaponization of once vaulted legal system. And New York used to be the premier system, and many of us are still in astonishment as to how this legal system allowed these cases to go this far. You know, the fact is that the lack of any real punishment really does capture the absence of substance to this case. I mean, this case has always been more inflated than the the Goodyear blimp. I mean, that you now have a president who will walk away and go to the White House. But I have to say that I think that Merchan will guarantee that his court walks into a degree of infamy with this decision. This was a made-up crime that should never have been allowed to go to trial. He then had layers of reversible error in order to get this to the point of today, where he could call the incoming president a convicted felon. But I think the judgment will be far harsher for the New York court system than it will be on President-elect Trump. I think there's a very good chance that this could be reversed. There's not a lot of hope that the New York court system will redeem itself. I'm still, quite frankly, always an optimist that there'll be someone who says, for the love of God, let's make it clear you cannot engage in lawfare in New York. But at the end of the day, this peddler's wagon of reversible errors is going to pull up in front of the United States Supreme Court. And I think they're going to find it a very hard case to make in front of those justices.
This was an embarrassment for New York City because in law, the term precedent is paramount. And these characters established an absurd precedent that I hope is never used again. Political party be damned. And it's hard to believe that this could occur in the United States of America, but it has. One man chomping at the bit is Kash Patel. Here's what he had to say this weekend about the fallout that is possible to occur in the coming weeks and months. Listen and watch.
I mean, this is so unprecedented. It's just amazing that he would say that.
It's shockingly unconstitutional, Trace. It's great to be with you, and I'm here to announce on your show a measure that I'm working with Congress that should be Congress's bread and butter. And I'm calling for the subpoenas to be issued to Judge Merchan's daughter's company, who made $15+ million from the illicit information pouring out of her father's courtroom. I want to know the bank records because money doesn't lie. Yep. I want to know how deep it is and how much of it went to the family and how much of it is going to the family after this false conviction. And then we need to investigate the FEC actual violations that this judge and his family conducted, because he should never have been overseeing this trial to begin with because of the illicit campaign money that was flowing through there, and the unconstitutional due process violations are only the beginning. So America is calling for accountability of our judicial system, and Congress is the only lever that has it, and I'm hoping for one or two brave members of Congress that I'm talking to issue those subpoenas ASAP.
And then there's nothing more embarrassing than what occurred late Saturday afternoon as the news came down that special counsel Jack Smith resigned after a 2-year stint with the Department of Justice. AG Merrick Garland's hired hitman, running like the coward he is with just a week before Donald Trump takes office. Smith dropped the cases against Trump in November after Trump won the election, and now Smith rides off into the legal sunset after blowing close to $50 million in taxpayer money as he attempted to imprison Donald Trump for the rest of his life. Smith was appointed to the role in November of 2022 to head up not only the J6 case, but also the classified documents case at Mar-a-Lago. The resignation comes a day after a federal judge blocked the release of Smith's report, ending the biggest Banana Republic third world nation lawfare case we have seen, perhaps, of all time. Trump posting on Truth Social, quote, "The stench of deranged Jack Smith and his thugs is gone," in all capital letters. And so are the rest of these biased, corrupt actors. Alvin Bragg, Juan Merchan, Letitia James, Arthur Engeron, Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade, Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, who was on 60 Minutes last night, Ryan Wesley Ruth, Thomas Matthew Crooks. You all took your shots, and you all failed. And the man who received more votes a third time around than he did in his second run or his initial run is still standing because America spoke. You made Trump more popular. You made him the outlaw president, as Sean Farish would say. You made him a martyr. And you made him the 47th president of the United States of America. And in just 7 days, those who have voted for him or love him, supported him, or even voted for him by default will feel ultimate vindication 1 week from today. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Wawa. Right now, Wawa members and those who reap the benefits of the rewards can get a bonus offer for $1. How about that? $1 any size hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, and $3 Monster Energy 16-ounce drinks. Not a rewards member? Now is the time to join. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in, your thoughts and reaction. Juan Mershon case Friday, Jack Smith resignation on Saturday. You can certainly do so on social media at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company, and we continue live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the brand new Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free with 3 charging options to choose from, including the always great portable charging kit for when you're on the go, because life is all about being on the go, right? Wife, girlfriend, kids, job, side activities, side hustles, you name it. The charging kit is a great feature. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. How about that? $229 a month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne to check them out right now for details. Or you can shop online conveniently right from your laptop as you're watching the show in your underwear. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band. The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I hear the train a-comin', it's rolling around the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rolling on down to San Antone.
That's right, Kayal and Company. The train keeps on rolling, but no prison time for Donald Trump, as everybody knew, as we all expected. Welcome back in, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good to have you in here on this Monday morning. You're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Also, get on over to YouTube. We've got some incredible videos and some visual graphics to show you when we get to the California wildfires and what's going on in Los Angeles here in a couple of minutes. But, Dawn, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because I know this came down right around the end of our show, and I know you were tracking it. Maybe you even carried a little bit of it on Friday. Yeah. So we've got Juan Merchan on Friday. We've got Jack Smith on Saturday. And really, I guess I'll just start with the Merchan stuff from Friday. So you have no punishment whatsoever, right? No probation, no community service, no fines, no jail time. So there's no punishment. And I'm looking at this from the Alvin Bragg, Juan Merchan political vendetta agenda. So you've got no punishment. Trump did not lose the election, but you get to label him, for now, a convicted felon. But you know, when this is going to go all the way up to the top on appeal, and most legal experts believe there are plenty of reversible errors. And oh, by the way, the most embarrassing part of all of this is that all of the legal experts, networks be damned, said that this was a terrible precedent. It's not just Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy that I played for you in the Big Take. Ellie Honig from CNN, the legal analyst over on MSNBC. They all said that this was a shoddy, fraudulent case, and yet guys like Alvin Bragg and Judge Juan Merchan, they didn't seem to care. And, I don't know, I would think that, well, maybe the motive is, I get to put this on my resume. But if your peers don't respect you for it, was it really worth it, Dawn? I would say no.
I think for them, and I was looking back at the timeline last week, and especially after the announcement late last week about that Merchan knows it's over, but he wanted to get that in there. So on one hand, I'm glad that it's out of that New York court, the local court's hands. I'm glad that now it'll be up to an appeals court. And who knows, they could kick it up. I believe they could even kick it up to a federal court. They may try that too. But I just feel like what they tried to do, and you remember the timing of it because it was the actual charges arrived 2 weeks after Trump clinched the GOP nomination with all the delegates. So he clinched mid-March, and then we saw the charges come down within 2 weeks of that.
Yep.
And I just think, just from that aspect, just the timeline, why would you wait? When you have, 7+ years you had, if you had a problem with the bookkeeping going on here. And so it's just so obvious, I think, to us at least, to most of the country, that it was persecution. And I think, in truth, when that happened, what they didn't realize was that we all saw through it.
Yeah.
And I think that if you have a brain, you look at that and you say, wow, these guys are going after somebody who's a former president, raided his house. The guy just clinched the nomination, and you're going after him on this like trumped up ridiculous charge.
Right. Yep.
It's like Turley said, made up. It was concocted.
Yeah. And they tried in so many jurisdictions, from Florida to Georgia to D.C. to New York City. And it's the New York taxpayers that have probably got to be a little ticked off. I mean, could you imagine if this was playing out in Philadelphia was the venue, and you as a city resident had to pay, I think it was close to $47 million in taxpayer money towards this sham of a trial? I mean, you talk about, you think you get outraged over money going to Ukraine. Imagine that money going to, all of these court cases or one specific court case. And then, of course, there's the money on top of it that is made by Mershon's daughter, right? You heard Kash Patel say there in that clip about investigating with the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, and seeing where exactly this money was going. I mean, she made over $15 million in the end. So a lot to unpack with that. I don't expect anybody to ever be held accountable, but, we'll certainly keep you up to date with it.
Yep. Nick, I would just say this, that it would not surprise me as far as, do I think that Judge Juan Mershon actually benefited monetarily? It would not surprise me if he never had any monetary type motive, but rather that this is how they feel. That they feel like, get Trump, just like Letitia James campaigned on, get him, evil. And so there's this cult-like mindset where they felt like no matter what, at all costs, get him, take him down, even when they knew he was the GOP nominee. And I think that's, to me, I can't let go of that. They hate us. They hate us. They demonized us from the very tip top, from President Joe Biden right here in Philadelphia. I talk about that all the time.
Yeah, the backdrop.
To this day. And so I just think we can never forget that, because that's their mindset.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so let's go from New York and court cases to wildfires in California. We've got a lot of backstabbing. We've got a lot of politics going on between Kristen Crowley and Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump. But before we get to the political nastiness of this, my buddy Athen Koutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics, he's a total nerd, but I love him. I say that as a term of endearment. And he broke down the LA fires on social media yesterday, just to kind of give you a visual of what this is like if this was playing out here in our state of Pennsylvania. If you're not on YouTube yet, I want to throw up these graphics. So get on over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. So the LA fires destroyed nearly 41,000 acres or 64 square miles. That's the scale of the disaster. And as Athen says, it's mind-numbing. And he says, what would it look like in Pennsylvania if that played out? Just to kind of give you a visual of just how devastating this is. Phil, let's roll through these K10 through K18. This is right here. This would be Philadelphia. So essentially, the wildfires that California is dealing with, if this occurred in the Philadelphia area, 41,000 acres or 64 square miles, it would wipe out nearly all of Philadelphia. You can see the highlighted section on the map here from Citizens Bank Park all the way up to Pennypack Park. It would have wiped out most of Philly. Then you go to the Lehigh Valley. From Dorney Park to Easton, Pennsylvania, where I grew up, right along the banks of the Delaware River, all of the Lehigh Valley would be gone. Let's go continue here. What about Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown, right? You see all the different little municipalities in that section that is highlighted. All of that would be gone. How about most of our state capital, Harrisburg, gone? Or what about on the west coast of Pennsylvania, the left coast, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? That would be gone. Or Erie, Pennsylvania. Or if you're a Penn State fan, State College or Lancaster. Or how about all of Delaware County? Gone. I mean, this is, and I don't know what needs to happen here, but when you see people like Karen Bass and Kristen Crowley and Gavin Newsom all in panic mode, not panic mode for losing lives, losing property, being the joke and the butt of the joke of the country right now, but they're all fighting for their political and professional futures at this point. And this is what always happens. They eventually turn on each other. I want to play you this. This is clip case 6, Phil. This is Kristen Crowley. Earlier over, I think this was Friday into Saturday, she throws Karen Bass and the elected leaders of Los Angeles and California under the bus. And then she goes on CNN with Jake Tapper and doubles down. So this is a montage of 2 different clips. K6, Kristen Crowley in self-preservation mode. Listen to one.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city? It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
Let me be clear. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. So with that, we have over 100 fire apparatus out of service, and having these apparatus in the proper amount of mechanics would have helped. And so it did absolutely negatively impact. I want to also be clear that I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
So there is the LAFD fire chief, Kristen Crowley. Now, a report came out from the Daily Mail on Friday that the fire chief was fired. That was Kristen Crowley. But the mayor's office told ABC 7 in Los Angeles that Crowley still had her job. The office's official statement to the outlet said the pair met without any reference to whether Crowley remained in her position. But ABC 7 reporter Josh Haskell added on social media that the mayor's office had officially denied the claims that Crowley had been fired. It seems to be, to me, like there's one of these things going on where she spoke up and then she spoke out again. And somewhere in between the first and the second public voicing of displeasure, there was a meeting, and it seems to me like maybe they wanted to fire her, but they can't, or maybe they were thinking about firing and they walked it back, or maybe there will be a resignation at some point to kind of ease tensions. But I got to say this, if this is true, and Kristen Crowley is saying, I needed X, Y, and Z, and I told you multiple times, I'm actually going to defend the DEI hire, Kristen Crowley, and put this on the people above her. Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, any other elected official in charge of budgets, anybody that is slashing budgets, anybody that is reallocating resources. I don't know that you can blame Kristen Crowley, or I believe there are 2 other, quote, lesbians in the LA Fire Department in the higher ranking positions. I believe there are 3 out of 14 high ranking officials. So we can sit here because, in my opinion, the more I read about this story, this is not like the girl, or the lady, I should say, with the holster for the Secret Service when Trump got shot, where she like fumbling around with her gun. Like, I don't think you can put any blame on Kristen Crowley here. It's not like these fires would be put out if they were men. This is a management and leadership failure at the top. And I think it's Crowley and those that are out there on the front lines that are basically on the receiving end of fire, so to speak. And that's probably unfair, right? Because it doesn't matter if I'm a guy or if I'm a lesbian. If I don't have the resources available, I'm not going to be able to put out these fires, right? So this is a Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass failure. And I really do think that somebody like Karen Bass should probably resign. I don't know if you saw any of the news that she was doing over the weekend. She was doing more media appearances. Yeah. She's always smiling.
Mm-hmm. We have.
What is there to be smiling about?
We have Karen Bass. She was asked about if she would fire the L.A. Fire department chief over her TV appearance criticizing the $17 million budget cuts. This is cut 14, Phil, if you want to roll this.
Cut 14.
When Crowley walked into your office yesterday, were you planning to fire her? Were you angry with her over her media appearance?
Oh, my goodness.
And do you agree with her that the fire department is very underfunded?
Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our number one mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we save businesses, and if there are differences that we have, we will continue to deal with those in private. Thank you. No.
No. I will not fire her, but the city of Los Angeles and the voters and the residents will likely fire me come re-election time. She is god-awful at her job. She is another one that is a terrible speaker, another one that just goes up there tone deaf to everything, smiling. She's got she's got like almost the Kamala, like it's that weird crutch. I don't know if they're even aware that they're doing it. It's just so socially awkward. And I know that California is super, super left. And I know Los Angeles is very progressive. But my God, we rejected that in Philadelphia. Like, we said, all right, I guess Sherrell Parker's the best option on the Democrat side because we know a Republican hasn't been mayor since 1952. But that's the best that Los Angeles could trot out for the Democrat side of things? Really?
Yeah, and I would say for Kristen Crowley, I mean, when I looked at her background, she grew up in Wisconsin. She was a student athlete, St. Mary's College, Notre Dame, goes to school to be an orthopedic surgeon. So a college grad, goes out to California and has an internship with the fire department. And I understand, being from a family of firefighters, there's something about that fire, the camaraderie, and I can see where a student athlete, but she fell in love. But she's been a firefighter for, I believe, 24, 25 years of her life.
She could very well be completely. She could be very well completely qualified to have that position. I mean, we just assume DEI hire because she's a lesbian. Karen Bass is the one that looks inept, not Kristen Crowley. To your point, she's got a quarter century of experience.
Yeah, and she was a battalion chief before. She had been an engineer, a fire marshal, and started out as a firefighter. So literally worked her way up the ladder.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like Crowley has, the respect of her, fellow firefighters, and she kind of earned the job, if you will.
Yeah. I don't know about respect, though, when it comes to the governor, Gavin Newsom. Now Newsom is ordering a probe. This is according to the LA Times, latimes.com, if you want to read the story. Newsom ordering a probe into why the Pacific Palisades Reservoir was, quote, offline during the fires. Matt Hamilton's the journalist for the LA Times. He writes the following. He says, a large reservoir in Pacific Palisades that is part of the Los Angeles water supply system was out of commission when the ferocious wildfire destroyed thousands of homes and other structures nearby. Officials say that the Santa Ynez, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Y-N-E-Z, probably butchered it, but the Santa Ynez Reservoir has been closed since about February of 2024 for repairs to its cover, leaving a 117 million gallon water storage complex completely empty in the heart of the Palisades for nearly a year. So now Gavin Newsom can put out his little posts on his X feed saying it's misinformation. This isn't Trump saying it was empty. This is the paper that probably endorsed Gavin Newsom saying it was empty.
So apparently there's a water chief who oversaw the emptying of the Santa Ynez Reservoir. This person makes $750,000 a year. Her name is, let me see here, Janice Quinones. She was on a recent podcast recently where she said that her number one goal, the number one thing she cared about in her role was equity. Roll this.
You call it powered by equity, and I know that it's been really important for the DWP to put an equity lens on everything.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the number one thing that attracted me to this role. Coming from the communities that I come, seeing what I've seen through my career in utilities and through the military. I've been in the Coast Guard 19 and a half years now, so I got 6 more months to qualify for my 20 years, which was my original goal.
Wow, congratulations, thank you for your service.
Thank you. It's important to me that everything we do, it's with an equity lens and social justice and making sure that we right the wrongs that we've done in the past from an infrastructure perspective and that we involve the community in that process. And this utility is serious about it, is authentic about it. And so I'm just super excited to be part of that movement.
Yeah. So equity is what attracted you to the position, not the $750,000 a year salary. Wow. And I don't want to hear any more about how expensive Los Angeles is. I'll take $750,000 and deal with the prices of $7 a gallon for gas. So, you're in the utility/resource business. You're in the water business, right? Like, we drink it, we pour it on our plants, we use it to put out fires. But this job is about social justice and equity. Let me ask you something. Do you think the wildfires, as they get ready to break out, they say, you know what? Let's wreak havoc on a certain race or a certain community. Do you think the fires say that to themselves?
Yes.
No, they don't.
I'm sorry.
Fire her. That right there, that is exactly what has been wrong with this country for the last 4 years. Fire her and whoever thought she was best suited for the job.
So and I know that Michael Schellenberger, the investigative journalist, had a huge, huge exclusive this weekend with a whistleblower.
Oh, he's been great.
He is great.
He is so good. And he's a left winger.
Yeah, but he always has factual information and investigations that matter. So what he said about the water reservoir was that the reason that it was drained, this all goes back to environmental groups and lobbyists. So they decided that the huge reservoir needed a cover. There was a little rip or something wrong with the cover of the reservoir. And they decided that because of that and because of I'm summarizing here, the environmental reasons for this, they needed to drain it. He interviewed a whistleblower who came forward and said this huge reservoir should never have been drained in the first place. That was an absurd tactic for them to take. Had they had that water right there, and it should have been there, the firefighters would have had the water they needed. And that's what we heard all weekend. We saw the people who said they decided to stay in their home and they hosed down their house, the neighbor's house. And so if only those firefighters could have been wetting down those hot spots as it was, the winds were whipping it through neighborhoods. What they're saying is they could have saved most of these neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah.
That's a sin.
There's no question that this could have been handled so much. And I'm not saying you prevent it from happening, right? But I mean, you could have mitigated the damages exponentially. And then you've got Gavin Newsom tweeting, because all Gavin Newsom cares about is the slick back hair, the optics. He's still trying to make that phone call to Joe, by the way. Look, I only have one bar. I don't have service, as he told that mom wearing a mask on Friday. He tweeted Trump over the weekend saying, at real Donald Trump, as you prepare to assume the presidency once more, I invite you to come to California. The hundreds of thousands of Americans displaced from their homes and fearful for the future deserve to see us all working together in their best interests, not politicizing a human tragedy and spreading, here's the word again, disinformation from the sidelines. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Trump talked about it. Water starts at the top, works its way down. Trump talked about it before with the reservoirs. You didn't have this reservoir online, 117 million gallons. You were more concerned about preserving the smelt fish. So when we see things like or hear...
Gavin Newsom says that's fake news, by the way. The smelt fish was fake news.
Is it fake?
That's what Gavin Newsom said.
Oh.
In his interview with... Meet the Press yesterday.
I'm going to have to do a little internet searching.
Well,
but like the whole politicization, you're not politicizing it. Like this disaster is a direct result of failed policies and failed leadership. It's the essence of politics,
yes.
Right?
And that reservoir, it's 117 million gallons. It's a huge amount of water that should have been sitting right there, should have been accessible. The fact that you had firefighters just standing by and they didn't have water. And over the weekend, the incredible video, and I retweeted it at some point, these water carrying airplanes, a lot of them from Canada, going into the Pacific Ocean and scooping up this water, which is like an air show feat in and of itself, scooping up the water and putting out the fires. It's incredible. Mm-hmm. But the problem is now with the winds whipping up, I don't know if because choppers over the weekend were scooping up huge buckets of water from people's swimming pools just to try to put out. So I don't know what's going to happen as these winds start whipping up, and then it returns and gets worse tomorrow into Wednesday.
Yeah. We're bringing in firefighters from Mexico. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I know.
Mexico and the pilots from Canada.
Yeah, I think we actually have the video. Phil, if you just want to roll this real quick. Yeah, there we go. Mexico to the rescue. Think about how embarrassing that is as you see that plane from Mexico. California likes to brag. Gavin Newsom likes to brag that California is the 5th largest economy, not in the United States, in the world. The 5th largest economy in the world, and we need firefighters from Mexico because we are depleted as a nation. Embarrassing.
Well, I don't think we are depleted.
Well,
I think the leadership is depleted.
You know what I mean? I feel so voided as an American right now.
They have, and people should learn from this. Policy matters. This is what we have here is a failure to lead.
Yeah.
Not communicate. Well, failure to communicate, but a failure to lead.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this one, they've been warned. They've been warned for years.
Yep.
And I think, isn't Arnold Schwarzenegger filming like a Santa movie? And somebody had asked the former governor about it. And even Schwarzenegger had come out and said that when they realized they had the warnings that this was dire, the mayor is, 17 and a half hours away in Ghana. And at that point, the governor has the power. Remember when he said it's up to the local folks? At that point, he had the emergency powers to step in, and he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Hour 2 on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the second hour, and then we'll get to the third biggest story from the weekend, the Meta Zuckerberg revelations with online censorship, as Perm Boy sat down with Joe Rogan, and we'll give you some of the details. When we come back, it's Kayal and Company here on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:04 as we get hour 2 underway here on this Monday morning, January 13th, 2025. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A week from right now, we will be live at the NAC. Woohoo! Trump Inauguration Day. Most of you will probably be in that area for the last 2.5 hours. We know you'll be packing in the parking lots by like 4:45, 5 in the morning.
Show of hands. I'm talking to you, YouTube chat. Who's coming?
Yeah.
Who's coming?
And who's going to beat us there?
I know.
Who can be the first person there?
Wow. Hopefully the engineer.
Show of hands. No, we're setting up the night before.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Going to be some, apparently there's some drinks and some food that will be there.
Yeah. That's the biggest question. Will there be food?
I would think so.
I'm
high class joint.
Yeah,
high class joint.
And also, just pack a lunch, boys.
Yeah,
and girls. I mean, come on.
Yeah, bring your coffee cups.
We're providing you all this entertainment.
Yep. Swing by Wawa, get your caffeine, dump it in your Yeti, whatever you do. Like Dawn and I and Greg, we run down to the kitchen every break and refuel. That's how we're able to go as hard as we do for 4 hours a day, and for Dawn's case, 6 hours a day.
Yeah,
6 hours.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, we'll be there all day from start of the show at 6 to the end of Dom's show at 3.
There you go. All right, cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Lots of goodies lined up for the cut sheet. Also, just about 2 hours from now, we'll deviate, take a little detour away from, the Trump stuff, the California wildfire stuff. We're going to get to Zuckerberg and Meta and censorship. We'll talk a little football with our buddy Harry Mays. Eagles with a big win yesterday. Look at the NFL playoffs. Also kind of touch on James Franklin after that Penn State debacle. And, of course, the Irish coming up a week from tonight in the national championship. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
We are sponsored in Kayal Company News Live on this Monday morning, January 13th. We are sponsored by Meineke. So quite a surprise pivot for the 76ers, the team striking a deal reportedly with Comcast Spectacor to remain in the South Philadelphia sports complex after more than 2 years of very heated debate. We just had, over the winter months, a lot of heated debate and time spent in City Hall with City Council debating this over moving to a potential new arena on East Market Street. And so now we're hearing that the powerful Building and Construction Trades Council, that's representing not quite 3 dozen, but at least 30 different unions, they say the new deal involves the Sixers and Comcast Spectacor, which of course owns the Flyers and the Wells Fargo Center, working together to build an arena in South Philadelphia.
So I forgot to ask you this in the first hour of the news. Is this a loss for Sherelle Parker? Because I would assume that if this would have happened, this would go down as one of the highlights of her tenure.
I think that's why she was excited about it. And so that's really the billion-dollar question that I have, because they had all of these, they had all these plans that they said would invest in Philadelphia and Market East and revive the entire area.
Yeah.
And there were even those from City Council who said, well, even though sadly the Macy's is leaving, right in the shadow of obviously City Hall and the Wanamaker Building, Macy's has announced that by March they're leaving, but we have this new proposal that is going to infuse all this money and business and restaurants and so on and so forth and shops. So what does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean for the Market East project? I know Mayor Sherelle Parker announced that after strongly supporting the arena project, she's expected to hold, they've announced this news conference 11 a.m. this morning. And so I think it was a defining moment of Sherelle Parker's first year in office. So the question is she working now to still try to make sure that some of the promises that were made are kept?
Yeah.
As far as Market East, because the truth is, I know that they did buy some buildings along Market East.
Yeah.
So are they just going to, what happens there?
Boy, so in a 72-hour stretch, Macy's, no more in the Wanamaker Building, and you don't get the arena.
And there were protests. I mean, obviously those advocates in Chinatown, they're saying that they're relieved, they're happy. And so, we'll see what happens at 11 o'clock today, whether or not she'll say that they're still going to go through with revitalizing Market East. So do they still have some of that money? Where does the money go?
Right.
That's my question.
Yeah.
We have a lot of questions about that. And obviously the mayor will speak out about it. And I have no doubt that she'll try to pivot too, and that she's trying to negotiate as we speak when this thing came out. So we'll find out more. Obviously, we're talking, and it's not it was under sports news, but I don't think the Sixers arena is necessarily sports news. It's business news.
Yes.
It's money news for Philadelphia.
Yep.
We did talk earlier about Eagles beating the Packers 22-10. And so we do have, we're looking at that injury report. But Jalen Hurts looked fine to me. He didn't seem, it seems like he's over the concussion.
Yeah, he was physically fine. I wouldn't say he played fine.
Yeah. I mean, that game last night was a battle of defense.
I know. Yeah, it was.
It really was. I mean, aside from the opening drive where the Packers coughed up the ball right away.
Oh, that kid got popped.
The Eagles scored. It was kind of a dull game.
But I'll tell you what, though, the Packers were dropping like flies.
They were.
And they lost 2 offensive linemen, 3 receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And we had injuries, too. Nakobe Dean got hurt. Darius Slay.
Yeah, he left. Allegedly, he left last night on crutches.
Oh boy,
that's not good.
No.
Not good.
Nope.
So we will find out tonight with is it Commanders and Vikings tonight?
It's the Vikings.
Why do I have
Vikings
Commanders? Vikings Rams.
The Commanders won last night.
Commanders won
because the Commanders won. They fight. They play Detroit.
Their reward is getting smoked by the Lions next week.
Yeah.
So we play the early game, right?
Yes.
3 o'clock.
3 p.m.
Yes. And we'll be either one. Yeah, I don't care if it's Minnesota or L.A. Guaranteed.
That we win.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm riding this Birds train. I feel good.
Good.
All the way to the Super Bowl?
I told you like 6
You
weeks
did.
ago,
Yeah,
I
did.
said they're going to go in and beat Detroit, too. Now, they're not going to smoke Detroit. It's going to be a hell of a game, but yeah.
Okay. So we do have these 4 Philadelphia police officers. They're hospitalized. They're injured. Their conditions are reported. They're reported in stable condition, but these are very serious injuries with these 4 officers. This happened over the weekend with yet again another report of one of these car meetups, as they call it. And these are thugs in vehicles, and we now know some of the vehicles were stolen with different plates put on the vehicles. But this started along City Ave on the Philadelphia side, right in front of the Target. That is on Monument Road there, and so
I've been to that Target when I used to work over at One Bala.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how 50 cars meet up in that spot. It's not
that parking lot.
Yeah, it's not overly big. If I'm recalling it correctly,
it's a pretty big parking lot.
Is it?
It's right across. In other words, it's
catty corner to TGI Fridays, right?
Yeah, and it's on the same side as like 6 ABC, and then NBC 10 is across on the Philadelia on the Montgomery County side.
Was this during business hours?
No, this happened. This happened over the weekend. I think it happened actually Saturday night into Sunday morning overnight.
So they were
those overnight
closed.
hours.
Okay.
And then the investigation. So what happens here is that the police show up, break it up. A bunch of the cars then flee. And I think they realized at some point some of these were stolen vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So now that this leads the crime scene, if you will, to Broad and Tioga in North Philadelphia. And this is where actually it turns violent because some of these cars trying to evade police end up either speeding directly toward the responding officers. It ends up in multiple crashes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how these 4 officers suffers very serious injuries.
Yep.
They're listed 4 officers, stable condition, hospitalized.
For those that are doing the game of chicken right into the direction of oncoming police, and those police officers, like you said, get injured, stable condition, thank God, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Attempted murder charges, right?
Yep.
Aggravated assault. So they have 4 people in custody under arrest, and they were able to recover at least one of the stolen vehicles, a red Camaro, and the officers now releasing this morning that they changed the plates at least twice since they had, because everything's on video nowadays, and captured by either the body cam or the police vehicle cam or doorbell cameras, so they can confirm that these individuals, some of these cars, they're going through them right now, but some of these vehicles that were in these car meetups these are stolen vehicles. Were they carjacked? Were they stolen without the owner in it? All of these, we have many questions.
Yep.
We'll continue to follow it for you, obviously. I do want to take you to a couple of stories. One of, I'll save this one, but we want to get to the story of a 125-year-old golden crown that was stolen from a statue of Mary inside a Philadelphia Catholic church. Philadelphia police are investigating this. It's St. John the Evangelist, Roman Catholic Church, South 13th Street in Center City, Philadelphia. Over the weekend, somebody broke into the church. They smashed through, precious stained glass windows, by the way, and then stole the golden crown from the head of the statue of Mary. So they've released the picture of this because presumably somebody is trying to sell this or maybe even take it apart, melt it down, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it was made of jewelry and actual gems that were donated by parishioners following a fire way back in the early 1900s. And so police are putting the word out there, putting pictures of the crown and asking that if I don't have a reward yet. I suspect perhaps there will be, but they're working to find the burglar.
Gold and gems, 125 years old. That's got to be worth a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially with the price of gold.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that going on. As far as the forecast, enjoy today. Yesterday and today feeling like a heat wave, if you will, because we, for the first time in 10 days, we broke the 40-degree mark yesterday.
It actually felt nice.
It did.
Yeah.
So today it's going to be sunny, 45 degrees, feeling good today. Enjoy it because we go back into the deep freeze, if you will, with 31 degrees as your high tomorrow. Won't feel like 31 because of the wind chill factor with a low of 22. So for the next few days starting tomorrow, that's the trend where the overnight lows are in the 20s and the highs just above 31 to 32 degrees. We will see a warm up for coming in Friday. So Friday and into the weekend, we'll see low 40s, more seasonable temperatures. But enjoy today. It'll feel
40s,
like the heat wave.
40s for the Eagles next Sunday as well?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
Lower 40s.
Actually, I tell you what, it didn't really matter, in my opinion, because the Packers are an outdoor cold weather team. But if we get, either team, Minnesota or Los Angeles are both dome teams. I hope that forecast changes. I want it to be like 17 degrees on Sunday.
It looks like snow in the forecast on Monday. So.
Oh. Wait. Next Monday?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
No.
Oh, jeez.
What?
We're doing a remote.
Who
I
cares?
don't want bad weather.
Why?
Because it could impact people's turnout.
Oh, stop.
It's not going to affect me. I got a truck.
These people will turn out no matter what.
I hope so.
Is it snow for the inauguration?
Yes.
In D.C.,
down in D.C.?
That's the question. I think that because they're saying that Sunday into Monday morning, some mixed precipitation, but next Monday, I think we're looking at it'll be too warm, won't it? Because next Monday we're in the 40s.
I don't know.
But what will it be in D.C.? We don't want President Trump's hair, to get all snowy and wet.
I don't know. A nice little flurry on top of that coiffed hair with the hairspray.
Yeah.
I don't care. Just so he's sworn in, all right?
I'm more worried about Melania's hair. By the way, have you noticed it's lighter? She's dyed it.
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah.
Started with the highlights.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Yeah.
Might get her book as well. She's got a new book out. I'm going to gift that to you, Dawn, for Christmas next year.
With those who have the natural blonde highlights like Greg Stocker.
I'm not sure she can read it.
Oh,
Nick, that was uncalled for.
I know. The woman...
I got Greg to spit his coffee up, though.
The woman can conjugate verbs in 7 languages.
I still haven't figured out how to do that in English, and I've been here my whole life.
We are sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that squealing noise or maybe a grinding noise? That's not good. Don't wait. Don't put it off. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert techs are going to diagnose the problem. Find a location near you. Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, 2nd edition.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We'll get to Zucker Schmuck coming up in about 10 minutes. But just to wrap up this segment, I do want to put a bow on the California stuff. More of a news-type item here. Phil, if you could, I want to have this ready. This is K1, and I'm going to give you this story because we talked a little bit. I think, Dawn, you had it a few different days late in the week last week with some of the looters that are going into some of these houses that might still have something of value in them. And I remember saying that's got to be one of the – what type of low life do you have to be to loot basically buildings that are – crisped to a rubble. Well, it actually gets worse because now, according to, this is the LA Daily News, we have homeless individuals, or at least one individual, singular, a homeless man with a flamethrower who gets busted on suspicion of arson near LA's Kenneth Fire. That is, I think, one of the 5 or 6 different pockets of wildfire. As residents ultimately detain him, they write the following. A homeless man was tackled by brave onlookers who they say saw him using a flamethrower, I don't know, maybe he stole it from Opelka, to start blazes close to where one of the latest wildfires was ravaging Los Angeles. The unidentified suspect at the time of this publication, I think they've identified him since, was seen riding around Woodland Hills on a bicycle on Thursday afternoon, setting fire to several old Christmas trees and garbage cans at the same time as the Kenneth Fire started. Renata Grinspun told KTLA she was in her backyard when she heard a car screech to a stop and a man yelling. Neighbors say he was, quote, trying to start a fire, and they yelled, "Call 911." She saw the suspect holding a large propane tank or a flamethrower, which others described as a blowtorch, as he tried to torch debris on the street. Neighbors jumped into action and cornered the man as he tried to ride off, as caught in part of a video with one man yelling at him, "Put him down." Phil, let's roll this clip and let's see what we have here. And this is police right here who have apprehended the suspect.
What dust is?
Got about 5 officers. Citizen surveillance video here.
Update, they got him.
So there you go. I would, now I know this is California, so they don't really believe in law and order. But, so, I mean, I would actually argue this is worse than looting, all right? I mean, you're trying to add to the most destructive wildfire in modern history in California. You throw the book at this guy. You absolutely throw the book at this guy. And honestly, what's the number you gave us, Dawn? Was it 24, I believe? 24 is the latest number of casualties?
Yeah,
it's
24 dead, but
it's really remarkable.
At least 16 people missing.
You would think with this level of destruction, hundreds of people? I mean, I don't even remember the fatality count in North Carolina. But like, knock on wood, thank God that this at least from a casualty standpoint, it's been very, very small, considering the large-scale nature of this that we talked about in the first hour.
I'm seeing reports on the YouTube chat that they let this guy go.
Did they let him go?
This is a guy, he's identified, just so you know his name, Mexican national Juan Manuel Sierra Leyva.
Yes.
And he is identified as somebody who is the homeless arson suspect. I guess the Good Samaritan's neighbors held him. Then the police showed up.
Yeah, the quotes here say, "We really banded together as a group. A few gentlemen surrounded him and got him on his knees. They got some zip ties, a rope, and were able to do a citizen's arrest." One witness told Fox 11, which I'm assuming is the Fox affiliate out in L.A., that the suspect was, quote, very focused on moving forward with what they described as being more like a blowtorch. So I don't know.
That's what they say. He had a yellow blowtorch that he was walking around with it.
This is unbelievable. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Kayal and Company. Let's get to Meta and their makeover on the other side, as Mark Zuckerberg with some comments that all but confirm what we suspected throughout the last 4 years. If you were on Facebook, and we'll do that next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love the work they've done in my home. And you know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. Until the end of this month, until the end of January, you can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door. And a new front entry door, oh my goodness. It can really change the look of your house, really give it a made-over look, if you will. If you have an upcoming, maybe a wedding, graduation taking place this year, I would take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Who wouldn't want a gorgeous new door in all your photos? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry a range of top brands to choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. They're going to work with you, and you can pick the perfect door for you. You can visit their showroom in Westchester, or they can just come to your house, make a house call. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. I appreciate they have supported me certainly for 9 years at this point. 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, the name I trust. Don't forget to tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats.
One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Outside another yellow moon has punched a hole in the nighttime mist. I climb through the window and down to the street. I'm shining like a new dime. The downtown trains are full of all them Brooklyn girls. They try so hard to break out of their little world. You wave your hand and they scatter like crows.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:31. Happy Monday. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we get another work week underway. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just over 15 minutes time? We'll talk some Eagles with Harry Mays coming up 9 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, before we get to the cut sheet, let's get to one of the biggest stories that came out over the last 72 hours, and that is the revelations from Mark Zuckerberg, who sat down with Joe Rogan for a couple of hours on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And there's a couple of stories that we'll touch on, but nothing really bigger than the censorship and the suppression of your speech on the platforms that Meta owns or did own during the pandemic, which would include Facebook, first and foremost, and, of course, Instagram as well. But I want to play you this. Phil, this is clip 4 as Mark Zuckerberg, fresh off of a beautiful perm where the curls are just flowing. Here's Goldilocks talking about censorship and the Biden administration pressures.
These people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They wanted us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. And we just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow.
I mean, think about that for a second. You are the president of the United States, your administration dealing with a pandemic, dealing with social justice riots, everything following January 6th, and you are trying to strong arm. Now, we can get into the nuance of this in a moment, but you are trying to strong arm a platform and tell them that they need to take down factually correct statements and jokes, humor, and satire. That is outrageous, and it just confirms what we've been talking about. But here's the thing. Is it a First Amendment violation? I would argue, and I said this in the past, I don't like the fact that I see censorship online, but if it's Twitter, if it's Facebook, whatever it is, it's a private company, they have the right to do so. It's not a First Amendment violation. Where it gets muddy and murky is where the government comes in and tells them to take it down. Then to me, that should be a First Amendment violation because as we know, the government cannot tell you what to say or not to say. Your First Amendment right. As a free speech absolutist, that is your right. And the government has no right to sit there and tell you what you should think, say, publish, write, tweet, video, go live on, anything like that.
What's more egregious to me, at least, is that not that it is egregious that the Biden administration did this, but we knew they were doing this. Mm-hmm. What's more egregious to me is that Zuckerberg, who you could argue is a pretty powerful dude,
yes,
complied.
Yep, complied. And now the thing that drives me the absolutely most insane is the hypocrisy of it, right? We're going to probably get into this tomorrow. I might do a big take on it. Like with J6 with JD Vance over the weekend, he is saying that if you physically assaulted people, you shouldn't be pardoned, which I agree with. Like if you broke the law and you were not instigated, you were not entrapped by any undercover officer, well, then you should be dealt with. You can't be law and order only when it's on your side versus the other side. That's the peak definition of hypocrisy. Well, the same thing here applies with Zuckerberg. Like, so wait a minute. You're going to censor and suppress people during the Biden administration, and now that Trump is coming back, you're kissing his ring, you're bending the knee, and you're going to try to make it like Elon Musk and like X. Well, which one is it, dude? Because you're coming off like the biggest hypocrite of all time. I'll give him a shred of credit, a small granule of credit for at least doing better late than never, the old adage. But I'm not going back to Facebook. Now, granted, I was off of Facebook 12 years ago, so I have no interest in being on it to begin with. But
it's just convenient now that all of these guys like Zuckerberg, bent the knee.
Yeah.
And then now that it's safe to come out of hiding, they all come out of hiding. And what's even more frustrating is just like have a principle, have a stand, man. Like
have a backbone.
Like if you did it, stand by it. Yeah. And continue to stand by. But
I'd almost have more respect for him if he doubled down.
But now he's looking to lose a bundle because of the new administration coming in. So now all of a sudden it's like, what? Well, we went too far. It's like, screw you, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know because I don't want to be wrong on this. I think there was a point, probably within the last year, Facebook was still the most trafficked social media platform.
He said in that interview that they can get like 2.3 billion people or something like that. Like it's an insane number of people that use that platform.
Because I was wondering if maybe he's starting to see a decline in traffic and this is merely a business decision. I didn't know if the new thing. I mean, TikTok. We talk about TikTok all the time. I didn't know maybe if TikTok had surpassed Facebook.
I think it has.
Has it really?
I think it has, yeah.
Okay.
Because, that could go away this week.
Well, that's true. That's on the docket as well. Yeah. And then you go from the censorship revelations that he shares. Now Meta is rolling back their DEI programs in the latest bow to Trump. Axios published this Friday afternoon, January 10th, where they are terminating their major DEI programs effective immediately, including for hiring, training, and picking suppliers, according to an internal employee memo that was obtained by Axios. And also, the New York Times is reporting that Mark Zuckerberg and Meta are now removing tampons from men's bathrooms at Meta offices. Quote, that same day at Meta's Silicon Valley offices, the New York Times reports that Texas and New York facility managers were instructed to remove tampons from men's bathrooms, which the company had provided for non-binary and transgender employees who use the men's room and who may have required sanitary pads to employees said. So I guess the question then becomes, Dawn, if let's just say J.D. Vance in 2028 loses to the Democrat, is Zuckerberg just going to go back to censorship? Is he going to restock the men's bathrooms with tampons because a liberal's in office?
Yes, because he's a weasel.
Well, my question, I believe, so part of this is that in the unfortunately named, what was it, the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, which is so ironic and terrible of a name and opposite of a name, but weaved into the Biden administration were incentives, monetary incentives that these companies received. And so I think that what's happening is all these corporations realize the money is going away. They're going to change all of this. And so that's a piece of this. They probably, our tax dollars were probably helping to fund those tampons. That's all these DEI programs were taxpayer funded programs. And that's the bottom line on this thing. And it was all through the Biden administration. That's the insult to injury. Also, because in the courts, they were being challenged. And whenever they come up in the courts, they, as far as these DEI programs and government contractors and that sort of thing, they lose every time because they're discriminating. They're not choosing the best person for, let's say, a government bid. They're choosing somebody under the DEI. That's unconstitutional.
It's unbelievable. The memo from Meta in regards to canceling DEI is as follows. Hi, all. I wanted to share some changes we're making to our hiring, development, and procurement practices. Before getting into the details, there is some specific important background to lay out. The legal and policy landscape surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in the United States is changing. The Supreme Court of the United States has recently made decisions signaling a shift in how courts will approach DEI. It reaffirms longstanding principles that discrimination should not be tolerated or promoted on the basis of inherent characteristics. The term DEI has also become charged in part because it is understood by some as a practice that suggests preferential treatment of some groups over others. And that's the thing that's always ticked me off about the whole DEI mindset is, wait a minute. Okay, I got it, right? Like, in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, there was discrimination. People didn't get jobs when they were qualified. I always live by the adage of two wrongs don't make a right. So now your quote, make good attempt is to discriminate against other people. We talk about this all the time. It's just find the best people. And really, it's about identifying that talent. You as a manager, as a supervisor, as a CEO, one of the skill sets that you should have in that position is to be able to identify those who are potentially good for a posting that you have. I mean, that's why Stocker selected, me to do mornings after Rich went that, which, by the way, Greg Stocker, congratulations.
Oh, for what?
The top 20 brand manager.
Thank you, sir.
Barrett News Media.
Thank you.
Yeah. You identify talent. It's part of your job requirement.
Yeah.
You gave Dawn Stenzelin a show right as you became into office 3 years ago, right?
Absolutely.
4 years ago.
Yep.
3.5 years ago. Whatever it was.
One of my first orders of business.
Yeah. There you go. What novel concept. Identify talent. Did you wonder if Dawn, did you factor in Dawn's race, religion, or gender?
Of course.
Did you factor in her sexual orientation?
Of course.
Or did you say, okay, you know what? I think she has a lot to say. Let's go 10 to noon. What do you say?
Well, I think she's sexy, so I think it's... I'm kidding. I bring it.
These DEI practices.
It was all about her appearance.
That's right.
And it's just all of these corporate... And it's the bandwagon effect, right? It started with one. I gave you the companies on, I think it was Friday.
Yeah.
Over 15 of them. And they're not like... It's not just, conservative companies. I mean, it's Black & Decker. It's Harley-Davidson. It's McDonald's. It's Walmart. It's Nissan. It's Toyota. They're all jumping off the ship at this point.
Yep.
So,
can I play one more from Zuckerberg? Since we're down this rabbit hole.
Well, they only talked for 3 hours.
Good God, it's painful listening to him talk. Honestly.
Have you ever listened to any of his podcasts for 3 hours? I couldn't do it.
Rogan?
Yeah.
I listened to the Trump thing for most of it. I listened to. He's had people on. Elon, I think I've listened to. When Bill Burr's on, I think I listened to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's really, for me to carve out 3 hours of any sort of time that's not devoted to, what we do here on a daily basis is next to impossible. Play cut 15 here on Zuckerberg on the this is just, he expands a little bit more on the government trying to censor him when people would post stuff about COVID vaccines. You can roll it.
Administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And now I'm generally pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance the vaccines are more positive than negative, but I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. I think it was I wasn't involved in those conversations directly, but I think it was.
How difficult is that to not be involved in those conversations directly?
Yeah,
fitness isn't just.
Why would he be involved? I mean, he's only the owner of the company.
Yeah, you're talking about the biggest story, the biggest thing we're all living our lives in real time through. Mask mandates, business shutdowns, vaccine requirements. You're not involved? What? So your supervisor, brand manager's handling it? Yeah, somebody that makes $110,000 a year, not you, Zuck? I don't believe that at all.
Well, if you're the biggity big billionaire owner,
you
want to have separation, and that's to protect you, Zuckerberg, because that's why he had to say that. He had to say that to Joe Rogan. He had to say, well, I wasn't directly involved, because you never want to be, as the biggity big, you never want to be there at the table, because now you have some level of, liability, if you will.
So he's not on the receiving end of an email, CC'd, blind copied?
No, I think that hopefully if he's smart, somebody comes into him in person, reports with no record of it. If you're a smart boss, you're going to say, talk to whoever. But the question is, he's saying they're Biden officials. Well, were they federal? Were they FBI? Were they CIA? We want to know who were these individuals. He knows that answer, but he also knows he has to be. He's walking a little tight rope here. He's trying to cover his keister to say, hey, he's basically trying to say, hey, I was intimidated. I was intimidated by the full force of the United States government and the Biden administration and all these officials coming down on us, and I was fearful that they were going to jail us or hold us in contempt. That's his story, and he's sticking to it right now. And that, by the way, that should never happen again. That should never be able to happen.
Of course not. It shouldn't even happen, even if the vaccines are 100% safe and effective. Even if there was a vaccine created for any issue, any physical ailment, any pandemic, any disease, even if it was 100% through tests, through trials, FDA approved, on down the list, even then you shouldn't be able to remove that. Marketplace of ideas, free speech. Let people determine what you should never make a medical decision based off of what somebody posts on Facebook. Go talk to your doctor about it, and then maybe talk to a second or a third doctor to get second and third opinions.
And by the way, if you think about an administration, my son was doing he's doing this research paper on Turkey. And you think about all of these other, what we would say, oh, well, look they're going toward an authoritarian or fascist type of leadership because they censor the media. They tell them what they can and cannot report, or they skew the elections, or they do this and that. Not for nothing, but the Biden administration, according to Mark Zuckerberg, was acting a little fascist, were they not? Isn't this Hitler-esque? Isn't this Nazi-esque to try to control the media and the media narrative?
Yep. All right.
You don't hear that anywhere.
No, you're right. Let's continue on officially as we kick off a Monday edition at 7:49 of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by the Newtown Athletic Club, where we will be next Monday. That's right. Will you be the first person there? Who will be the first person there? Who will beat us all there? Waiting in the parking lot, waiting in the wings. It's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club or the NAC in Bucks County. The NAC offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate each stage of your life, from youth to active aging, young families to empty nesters. Schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com. That's newtownathletic.com. Thank you, Newtown Athletic, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Don't forget, join us next Monday morning, next Monday all day, actually, but starting at 6 a.m. We will be live at the NAC for Inauguration Day.
Woohoo.
To hell with the storm, right?
Yeah.
Freedom Day.
Yeah, bring it on. Bring it on, Mother Nature.
Let me start with this. We mentioned this earlier. Phil, can you throw up the photo of A.J. Brown? Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown. Reading. He was on the sideline reading, "Inner excellence, train your mind."
Yeah.
During the game.
Yeah. I actually have an issue with this.
So apparently, he says he's done this all season long.
It's the first I've seen it.
He was asked about this in the locker room last night, and this is what he said. Roll it.
It's just y'all just caught me that time. You know, I'm doing it every drive. You know, regardless of, like I said, if I score a touchdown or drop a pass, you know, it's somehow I refocus.
Is there a certain passage that you read from?
Yes, I always revert back to like the beginning of the book. It states if you can just have a clear mind, and let me see, what does it say? If you have a clear mind and remember that nothing else matters. Clear mind and clear consciousness, you know, nothing matters, negative or positive. You're willing to take risks, you know. And I go back to it, and it also says, if you're humble, you can't be embarrassed. So no matter what happens, like in the game or whatever happens, you know, I'm just gonna stay free, you know, play free, you know, keep going, take risks, you know. So,
were you frustrated when you were reading the book?
No, I was not frustrated at all. I figured that's what y'all probably thought. I wasn't frustrated. Why y'all always think I'd be frustrated?
Because that's how receivers act.
Yeah, I read the book. Yeah, I like to read.
He's reading on the sidelines.
Yeah. I mean, John Moxon had a book on the sidelines in Varsity Blues, and Kilmer blew his gasket when that happened. All right. Here's my problem with this. It's the passive-aggressive. It's look at me. He had one catch for 10 yards. So he's not happy that Jalen Hurts did not have a good game and didn't get him the ball. And it's a passive-aggressive shot at the offense and his lack of involvement. And I've said this for 20 years as somebody that used to talk about sports. I can't stand diva wide receivers because a lot of them, and I'm going to put A.J. Brown in this category, they would rather have 10 catches for 180 yards, 2 scores in a loss than 1 catch for 10 yards in a win. They want their cake, and they want to eat it, too.
You can't speak for him. He's a champion. He's freaking amazing.
He's not a champion. He's never won anything. And he should be grateful that he's here.
Nick's right.
Because when he was in Tennessee, his numbers weren't like this. It's this Eagles offense and Jalen Hurts that have made him into T.O.'s level of production.
100%.
He's amazing, and whatever he has to do, it was I was looking up who, because my question is, who gave you that book or who put that book on the radar? And so it was I guess it was another player. So I was thinking, was this somebody in your past, an advisor? But it's his way of focusing on the game, and I think that we don't talk enough about whether it's in business, but especially in sports, where it's a mental game. Even Tom Brady talked about that right in the beginning. Remember, Brady talked about the fact that a lot of this is a mental game, and the fact that you had the Packers with that horrible Bears loss, and it's like it mentally drags them down, and they've got to shake that off. And so for all these, I think that's good that he's reading a book. He obviously has passages highlighted in yellow.
The psychology of sports is real. But it's interesting that he's got that book after that soundbite from 6 weeks ago where, remember he was asked, hey, what needs to improve on the offense? The passing.
Yep.
Who does the passing? Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Who's on the receiving end of the passing? A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's not for nothing here, but
I just want to cause drama.
He's trying. He has a book that he had clearly he highlighted in yellow. He has his favorite passages. I think that's fantastic, and I think that's positive energy. That he's trying to keep his mental game in a really positive energy place. And so I think we read too much into it, and for whatever reason, in Philadelphia, we all as fans need to get our head out of the negative energy gutter. It's amazing to me that, think about it, we lost. We did not lose. We won. We prevailed.
Oh, yeah.
And we're probably going to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And yet, Philadelphia fans, what are you doing this morning?
You have a few more games you have to win before you
We're
Say
going to
you're
win.
the Super Bowl. Okay.
What is it that you have to have the heart and the mind of a champion?
Yeah.
And you have to get that little off your left shoulder, that little loser voice, that little devil that's going, "You're a loser. You're a loser." Get that off your shoulder. That's what A.J. Brown's doing. He's trying
That is called stupid.
Thank you, Meryl.
But think about it. Sometimes you'll turn on our sister or brother station, and they're like, "Oh," and they're all critical. It's like, we won last night. Stop.
I feel for him.
I mean, you have to have something to talk
I know.
about.
Hey, you got to get to the finish line each day at 10 a.m., Dawn.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can't be at a station that kisses Trump's ass 24/7. So you have to talk about it.
Goodness.
You have to talk
Even
about
though he's the
something else.
best.
Would Trump be reading a book if Melania did not get him the rock? 855-839-1210.
That's why I'm top. That's why I'm top 20 because I say things that other people are thinking. They just
By the
don't
way,
say it.
Trump wrote the book.
What book?
What book?
He wrote the book.
The book
He
A.J. Brown was
inspired the
reading?
book.
He wrote no book.
No, he wrote. What did he? What Art of the Deal, baby?
Yeah, he wrote that. Speaking of bad leadership, Gavin Newsom was on Meet the Press. Let's go through a few. Let's start with cut 20 here. So we talked last week about the Delta smelt, and I said earlier that Gavin Newsom said that everything Trump was saying about that is fake news. Let's roll cut 20 here.
Together. President-elect Trump has blamed you for this crisis. He called you incompetent. What's your response?
Well, I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. We have a president of the United States that within 36 hours provided a major disaster declaration over a text. We had support from the president of the United States, Joe Biden, with 100% reimbursement, all the resources you could hope for or imagine, constant communication. I'd like to extend that to the president-elect. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt in reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full of the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
All right, so first of all, the old phrase, whoever smelt it, dealt it.
I'm going to take that board and take that thing off of the board.
That's the first thing that just went through.
Take that thing off of the board.
Jimmy Kelly,
now.
get it out.
Now.
Get rid of it today, or you're
Whoever
fired.
smelt it. That's my favorite thing.
Secondly, why does Gavin Newsom always sound like he has laryngitis? I mean, can you imagine him and Bobby Kennedy doing a podcast?
He's the worst politician with the hand gestures and this.
Yeah.
Oh God.
All right. Number 3, I see a story from Vox with the headline 3 days ago. Why does Trump hate this tiny fish so much? Yes. But I guess my honest, to be serious for a moment, I was of the belief that the smelt fish story with the Native Americans that were requesting the preservation of it was, I thought I gave you the story from the LA Daily News last week. Is this not true, or is this a Trump creation, or is it true but not applicable to this story? That's where I'm kind of, I guess, in limbo here as to what specifically with the smelt fish is accurate versus not accurate, and how much of a factor was that? Because we do know that the reservoir stuff is true. 117 million gallons off the grid.
Yep. I think, for one thing, what Newsom is trying to do is CYA. He's trying to cover himself and say the specific huge reservoir that we're talking about that would have been uphill from the Palisades is locally controlled. And so Newsom is trying to separate himself from that empty, dry reservoir that should have been full. That's number one. Number two, I think the bigger story that if you listen to all of the Trump, sound bites, if you will, for years. I mean, since we went back last week, we were finding all that audio from like 2017, 2018. Mm-hmm. Trump has talked for years about the fact that you have to have all of this management, not just about the fish, But in part, some of it has to do, yes, with environmental issues. But on the other hand, I think Trump is just alleging basic mismanagement, that they took their eye off the ball. So I think there's a bigger picture here. It's not just about the smelt fish.
So why bring it up if it's not bad? Like, why include that into the story if it's not true?
Because I think it is true. I think there are.
Well, according to Gavin Newsom, he says it's not. So, and according to another local official, they said it's not too. So I don't know.
With regard to the reservoir, Greg.
Yeah.
The smelt has nothing to do with the fact that the one reservoir that we've been talking about that was empty, that should not have been empty, that one, if you believe Schellenberger's investigation and the whistleblower, that one was empty because somebody had said that it needed a cover for whatever environmental reasons. The covering for it was somehow damaged, and they decided, well, we need to empty the whole thing because of the covering that was necessary. So that in and of itself has nothing to do with the smelt fish. That allows Gavin Newsom then to separate himself from that one empty reservoir. But what remains here is the overall question of overall management, of the fact that they should have had a game plan for this, and also that in Los Angeles, their entire fire hydrant system is antiquated. It's never been updated. So the issue also there is that they had water pressure loss, not just because of the lack of the reservoir of the water, but it wasn't even designed from what firefighters locally are telling me. They didn't even redesign it or update it to make it so
again,
that
these are all valid criticisms. But so why bring the smelt fish in if it's not?
It was because the smelt fish was just one thing that Trump. I think we all, because of Nick's, he who smelt it dealt it. I'm serious. I think that the fish thing just caught on, but I think that if you listen to all the Trump went on and on and on about this. If you want to play that, there's some sound bites that go on for 12 minutes.
You just can't have an $840 million annual budget allocated to fire and water and then have this be the byproduct of it, right? I mean, you're talking about almost $1 billion a year. And in one stretch, and we gave you the size of this, right? This would be like wiping out Delaware County, is the Pacific Palisades and the other surrounding areas. And they had almost no containment in 5 or 6 different pockets, 48 hours in, right? Let's go on record here. Do we think now? I mean, look, he might not be the nominee, even if this fire didn't happen in 2028. Is this the end of Gavin Newsom's political career?
Yes, I think it is.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I think it is.
No,
I do.
Because the only place he can go from here is up to the presidency. I mean, he's not like he's going to become the mayor of Los Angeles.
If I'm running against Gavin Newsom as a fellow Democrat, I'm airing that clip with Rachel, the mom, who says, "Can I see it?" And then you catch him red-handed lying to this mom whose child's school just burned down, and she's going, "Can I see?" And then he admits. He just comes off as a smarmy, slick-talking politician.
Oh, yeah.
You asked why he had to have that voice. I think he's trying to sort of come off like, remember Bill Clinton? I feel your pain, and that kind of conversation.
So
like
Gavin
this.
imitates Bill, and Shapiro imitates Barack.
Yeah, Shapiro wins that one.
Yeah,
I mean, Shapiro as a governor is definitely thought of. I think comes off as much more successful than a slick talking Gavin Newsom.
Well, I tell you what, 2 years from now, 2.5 years from now, when we get to the Democrat primaries. Do you think the wildfires are off limits as far as Democrat primary debates?
No.
I mean, could you imagine Kamala destroying Gavin Newsom in 2027 over mismanagement? 2 California people fighting for the Democrat nomination?
Newsom went on to ask, you talked about the lost water supply and the water pressure during the fires. He addressed that. This is cut 12, Phil. Go. This is on a podcast.
You just sent a letter telling LA and LA County officials that you're directing the state to investigate the causes of lost water supply and water pressure during the fires. I believe there was also a large reservoir in Pacific Palisades, the San Ynez Reservoir, that was closed for repairs during the fire. Local officials have said the demand for water was just too great to maintain the pressure in the hydrants, especially since aerial water support wasn't available immediately due to the high winds. Do you not believe that explanation?
No, it may be the absolute explanation, but there's so much mistrust and finger pointing. Let's just get the facts and let's get them out quickly. Let's stop the finger pointing. Let's just assess the truth. I'm not interested in who's to blame. I want to know what happened.
Well, I mean, here's what I would sit there and ask if I was hosting that podcast or if I was a media member from ABC 7 in Los Angeles or any of these other affiliates on the network level locally. How is it that you want to talk about fire hydrants and water supplies and budgets and mismanagement of resources? Explain to me, because this is truly what I want to have answered. We always hear, I've heard this countless times in the last 2.5, 3 years since I've been paying attention to Gavin Newsom speak. And he loves, especially when we were talking about high inflation at 9% and all the economic issues in this country following the pandemic, following Biden spending like a drunken sailor. California is the 5th biggest economy in the world. Well, then if you're the 5th biggest economy in the world and you're rich, you're wealthy, you always want to brag about how good your economy is, then why are you not more prepared and spending the money necessary? Because God knows Democrats love to burn through a budget and spend money. They're not fiscally conservative by any stretch. Then why is the 5th largest economy in the world not in a position to handle something that happens, not to this magnitude every year, but you're known for your wildfires? The same thing could be said about Florida with hurricane season, and you have no answers for anything. And by the way, you're the face of the state. So you're sitting there saying, well, let's get to the facts. I just want the facts. Shouldn't you know the facts? This is your state.
Yeah.
This is your state.
This guy is just such a slick talker, doesn't he? He talks such a good game. You go, oh, well, that makes sense. And he gets in there and well, that's why I'm calling for an investigation. This guy failed to lead.
Yep.
And that's just the bottom line here when I look at this. And just even from a local, like you think about Philadelphia firefighters, New York firefighters, Chicago firefighters, Miami fire officials, people who've been raised in this environment, they will tell you that even locally, a battalion chief having quality leadership policies and then backed up by their local municipality, their mayor, their council, etc., that they will mitigate things like insurance losses. They will help mitigate all of that, because if you have firefighters who can do their jobs and put out fires quickly, then guess what? You don't lose your insurance, which is what we're seeing, right? And so the management matters, the leadership matters. What we have here is a complete failure in California, and on top of it, with all the regulations, and that's really when Trump talked about the fish and the environmental causes, what he was saying was that they failed to balance this out. In other words, think about the devastation of these fires because they could not fight the fires. Now you know what real environmental loss looks like. Not just the critters killed, the whatever crud that's burning in the air that they're wearing masks not to breathe in. What a disaster this is. It's an environmental disaster, a human disaster, and this is because of the failure of Democrat policies. And that's what I believe is going to come out of true investigations.
And Gavin's making it about Trump, right? The Democrats, Trump said this, Trump did that. But last time I checked, Donald Trump's still not the president yet.
Thank you.
Right? Like Joe Biden is in office for another 6 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I had the opportunity to meet Doug Burgum, who was obviously governor in the Dakotas, was here for the Trump Force 47 meetings. This guy is I believe he will get the gig, and that's Interior Department, and that's really the department that oversees exactly what we're talking about. He really knows his stuff, and he cares about the environment, but he will be fantastic in this job. And that's just it, that we have people currently in the current Biden administration, as well as the local and state level Democrats in California. I just feel that they didn't know what they were doing. And they were so distracted and had their eye off the ball. All of this stuff matters. The managers and the leadership, it just matters. And so it's unfortunate to me that we have to make it political. But I'm just saying at this point in time, look at our country right now. Look at the people in the Carolinas who had 17-degree weather, and they were in line for like 3 miles trying to get a propane tank in their temporary RV and begging FEMA to continue on with the Biden administration because there's no game plan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just this administration will go down as the most disastrous. And that's why I think only the Carter administration, who was in the past thought of as the worst, I don't think they'll be thought of as the worst.
Yeah, I'm a big
This one will.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in less is more. This is another reason why we need like an organization like DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, because we have countless people with countless job titles, and you have all these people that are making these bloated salaries. So you would think they would have all of their I's dotted and their T's crossed. Mm-hmm. And it's just like one of these things where there's too many cooks in the kitchen and nothing gets accomplished. That's I really do believe. That's why, locally, at the state level, at the federal level, we got to get and Gavin Newsom talking about red tape, and now he's going to lift the red tape temporarily. Well, wait a minute. If you're anti-red tape, Gavin, then lift it permanently. We don't just do this on a temporary basis because you had a disaster. There's just too many people that don't have the answers, that are being paid to have the answers, and then they give us spin, and they give us cliches, and they give us buzzwords.
Cut 21 here. Gavin Newsom says that the Biden administration stepped up in a way that the American president should step up. Cut 21, go.
President Biden, last time I saw you in the Palisades on Wednesday, right after this fire started, you were on the phone at the side of the road trying to reach President Biden. Subsequent to that, he pledged 100% of the disaster recovery relief for the next 6 months. Is that enough?
Well, it's significant. I mean, in fact, when I was on the phone, you saw me on the phone, I was trying to get the satellite to phone work. I asked for 90%.
Fake call.
And he said, no, I'm going to do 100%. It was a big deal. 180 days is a big deal. But he also had just provided the major disaster declaration, and we did the press conference the next day. And that is profoundly significant because that's individual assistance, disasterassistance.gov. People should go to disasterassistance.gov and start filling out applications, get that immediate relief, and then get longer and medium-term relief. But no, he stepped up in a way that an American president should step up, and I couldn't be more proud of him. That's not a political statement. That's not because I'm a Democrat saying that.
Oh, yeah.
It's because I'm a human being trying to help other human beings in the most extreme elements, in the most difficult time of their life.
Okay. Well, the last time I recall, Joe was in California talking about the birth of his great-granddaughter or great-grandson. I'm a G-pop. Right? And here's the other thing. I would like to know, because you talk about donations and you talk about the Red Cross ads that we've seen, especially throughout the broadcasts of the football games over the weekend. And you heard there the 90% to 100% for 6 months. It's going to be very interesting to track, based on what is available for public information, the amount of money that goes to those southern red states from the hurricane. Remember, we talked about FEMA and the funds drying up versus what's going on financially and what will be allocated for Los Angeles and the Pacific Palisades area. You've got poor people on the North Carolina, the western portion of the state, versus, and I'm not saying they shouldn't receive help, and I don't wish this upon them, the Hollywood, the elitists, but the reality is they have more resources available to them to move on with their life quicker and that's not their fault. I'm a capitalist, get whatever you can, good for you, you've earned it, even if you didn't earn it, that's the system. But I want to track and be able to see, and I'd be interested to see what the watchdog reporters or even just the regular journalists that do the digging to find out how much money this area gets versus Florida, Carolina, Georgia, and any other state that was impacted this past fall. We got to stay up on that.
They're saying that, depending on who you look at, there's a science site that's saying that Hurricane Helene delivered $250 billion in damages to the southeastern United States, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina in particular. As of this moment, it looks like the LA fire, $150 billion in damages.
Okay.
And so I had seen over the weekend, it was really awful, and they were trying to help people who were, lost everything in the Carolinas, and especially in the western part of North Carolina that you referenced, Nick, where they were given RVs that need propane tanks, ran out of propane, and at the same time, They ran out of the propane, so they were in line for miles just trying to get a propane tank for heat that night with 17, 20 degree weather. And then on top of it, not getting the updated FEMA and begging for more, and then seeing all the coverage of California and saying, it sure feels like California is getting a lot more media coverage than the Carolinas ever did.
Okay. So LA, $150 billion, and the greater Southeast area, $250 billion. Just generally looking at it, that seems about right. LA is getting about 2/3 of it, of what the Carolinas and Georgia got.
But that's so far. I mean, the LA fires that are going to, unfortunately, they're bracing for the winds to pick up this week. Yeah. But I'm just talking about the assessed damages so far. And by the way, one of my sources is a site called science.org. It's not a political, you know what I mean? It's a science source, but there are others as well. And even MSNBC talked about I'm looking at, they would concur with the $250 billion damage number in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. So I think, what we're hearing from those regions is that they're claiming, some of them, that the Biden administration has forgotten them. Okay. I mean, that's the claim over the weekend.
California has some big things happening in the next couple of years. How does Gavin Newsom plan to clean up the area? This is cut 8, Phil. Go.
Over the course of the next several years, Los Angeles will be host to the World Cup, and then the Super Bowl, and then the Olympics. With this rebuilding effort needing to take place, is LA going to be ready for all of those global events?
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. President of the United States, Donald Trump, to his credit, was helpful in getting the Olympics to the United States of America, to get it down here in LA. We thank him for that. This is an opportunity for him to shine, for this country to shine, for California and this community to shine. The opportunity with all of that and all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan?
For
Tell
this
us about
region,
this Marshall
we're
Plan.
just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires, so we're already talking to city leaders. We're already talking to civic leaders. We're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits. We're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can galvanize the community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency, like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient.
Is it me, or is it just a little odd seeing those two standing there in that setting doing that interview? It's just it's a weird.
I can't get past his hand movement.
Yeah, he's banging his.
It's like he was coached by somebody. Who's it's unnatural.
I know. It's the same guy that coached DeSantis up, probably.
But I love, first of all, I love what you said, that there's something off to you, and I love that you said that, because there's just this feeling where, this guy is talking about, I don't know, emboldening, and I don't know what the heck he's saying, but he's not really dealing with the deadly crisis that surrounds him and ashes. It looks like a war zone, and so it just feels like so disingenuous and disconnected from just the devastation. And so it doesn't, and then, as far as Governor DeSantis, think about how quickly he was able to, begin to recover.
Mustard.
And think about that, and not just him, but his legislature, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were mobilized in a quick way, and they weren't talking about, in Florida and the southern states, I'll just say this. My sister went down there with her church. People were immediately saying, what can we do? What can the churches do? I'm not saying that's not happening in California, but that was a headliner, if you will. And in California, what you're seeing with a lot of Democrats is, well, what's the government going to do? I'm just going to sit on my the what used to be my doorstep that's ashes. And some of these people are millionaires and it's tragic. It's horrible. But they're saying, well, I'm just waiting for the government. And so there's a mentality to it as well that I'm witnessing, not with everybody, but it just feels like in the South and in Florida, you saw people, remember those independent people, pilots and so on, who were being told by FEMA, no, don't even try to help. We're going to. And so there is this feeling of, I think in California, well, now that the Democrats have completely, allegedly or apparently mismanaged the entire system and not updated an antiquated system, and they didn't do much, and they know they have wildfires, quite frankly. Firefighters standing there watching thousands of acres burn, and they don't have water or water pressure, and now they go, whoop, well, what are you going to give us, federal government, which means you and me. So if you think you're not impacted by this, we all pay.
How about Newsom there, at least giving credit to Trump for bringing whatever sporting events he was talking about? I guess
the Olympics.
The World Cup, the Super Bowl, all scheduled in the rotation and the cycle, so to speak, of the big events. But, I think, he's the president, so obviously he's got to, be involved in this. But Trump is Hollywood, right? He is entertainment. So he's probably going to take, I would just be willing to go out on a limb and say he's going to have more of a vested interest in Los Angeles than Joe Biden did in East Palestine, Ohio. Not that East Palestine versus Los Angeles is apples to apples. It's a totally different venue, different population, different numbers, economies, things like that. But, to me, I'm still blown away. Forget the stuff in the fall with the hurricanes. The East Palestine thing just never sat well with me. And I know it's a train derailment. They happen all the time. That one was different. And that was very, very poorly handled from the Biden administration from an optics standpoint.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie weighed in on the
keyword weighed in
on Gavin Newsom.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
And his response to the wildfires. Cut 22, Phil, go.
How you doing, Governor Christie? Governor Christie, is Governor Newsom, is he in trouble right now? Can you handle something like this before?
You know what?
Yeah.
You gotta communicate the truth to your people and let them know how you're gonna fix the problem. If he does that,
he can overcome it.
He's doing his job.
Okay.
If he doesn't, he's God.
Right. Do you think the people are gonna forgive him at some point after all they've gone through?
We're a very forgiving country.
Okay. Thank you so much, Governor.
That right there, folks, is the fastest I've ever seen Chris Christie moving. He was skedaddling through. Was that LAX that he was at?
Yeah.
Whatever airport with that little rolling bag, nice little orange tie. I'm a big fan of the orange tie. The only thing, is interesting there is, I do agree with him at the end. We are a very forgiving country. You think about all the tragedies. You go back to 9/11. You go back to, injustices in this country. Some of them get drudged up all the time. Not saying everybody forgives. Certainly you don't have to forget. But I do think there is a difference between never forgetting versus forgiving. So I don't have much else to say about Chris Christie there, other than the fact that he was really moving.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please remember to hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, and if you haven't done so, please hit the subscribe button. It's all free. Thank you for joining us every morning, every day on 1210 WPHT, the YouTube chat. You can follow along with what we do at home with all these videos. We put a lot of work and effort into this, so we appreciate that our hard work does not go unnoticed. Biden gave speaking of Biden gave like a speech, press conference the other day, and he said that he could have won the 2024 election. He also said Kamala could have won the 20. Does he not remember that Kamala actually ran?
I saw
and
this.
Didn't win.
I think Kamala, if Kamala was given a chance, she could have done it.
The opposite of winning, she lost. So I don't know what he's talking about here.
Maybe he thinks Newsom ran. I don't know.
What do you call him, Nick? Puddin' brain?
Puddin' brain.
Roll it.
Mr. President, do you regret your decision to run for re-election? Do you think that made it easier for your predecessor to now become your successor?
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump.
What?
It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move, I thought even though I thought I could win again, I thought it was better to unify the party. And it was the greatest honor in my life to be President of the United States, but I didn't want to be one who caused a party that wasn't unified to lose an election. And that's why I stepped aside, but I was confident she could win.
Do you think she should run again?
Madam Vice President, Joe thinks that if you were given the chance, you could have won. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Joe Biden was not going to win. And it's easy to say that, hindsight being 2020, Monday morning quarterbacking. But Joe and Kamala were linked together. They were joined together at the hip. They were going to lose regardless. But look, do I think that Joe actually believes that genuinely? Yeah, I think he believes he would have defeated Trump.
What's interesting to me is not what I think, and I agree with you that there's no shot Joe Biden would have beaten Trump. But what I find interesting about this is that I think it was the Pod Save America guys, and they're all former Obama officials, so they have somebody leaked out that their internal polling on Biden was like tenfold worse than Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Like he would have gotten blown out even worse than she did.
Oh, no question. I mean, if you look at the total raw numbers for the popular vote, what was it, 78 million to 76 or something like that? There's no chance that Joe would have gotten more votes than Kamala.
Yep.
No chance. He would have been in the 60 millions.
Yep.
I think you're right about that.
Bill Maher talked, he's not doing stand-up anymore. He's just going to do his podcast and his HBO show.
Yeah. He's downgrading to 2 jobs.
He was interviewed recently, and he said that if the Democrat Party does not adapt, they could become politically extinct. Roll it.
Increasing rights for people who have been marginalized, I'm all for that. But they don't know when to stop. And that's what the message of the electorate was, that the Democrats are all for the oppressed. And what the electorate was saying was, what's oppressing me? The price of eggs. Okay, that's what's oppressing me. Are there still racists in this country? Of course. Is that still an issue? Yes, it is. But the Democrats have to come to Jesus on that issue and a number of issues where obviously the fact that Donald Trump won more minority votes than I think any Republican since Nixon or before, that should tell you a lot. It's more about class now. And when they get on that page, when they have someone who comes up to I always say, let's live in the year we're living in, I think that party will do better. As of now, I don't see it in the Democratic Party. I see them still digging the hole deeper. But we'll see. I think parties basically want to survive, as all organisms do. But the Democrats could go the way of the Whigs. Parties do die off when they don't adapt. I don't think that's going to happen because I think, again, they do want to live. As they say in Jurassic Park, life finds a way. Yeah. But we'll see. It's up to them.
He makes a really good point there where I think if I can expound upon and further what he was implying, it's not about race, it's about class. And there are far more of us as Americans that generally fall into the same bucket, right? The same class. An overwhelming majority of us live paycheck to paycheck. I think it was Kamala Harris that actually threw out the stat. I think it was 76% of Americans cannot afford an unexpected expense of over $400. I mean, that should tell you in a nutshell that most of us are kind of in the same boat. So it's not about your skin color. It's about green. It's about all of us kind of in the same economic bracket, so to speak. And I don't know if they will go extinct. They'll survive with that left-wing progressive nonsense in some pockets. Portland, Oregon, Seattle, perhaps even L.A. Perhaps even L.A. after these wildfires. Maybe they'll elect another progressive after Karen Bass. But nationally, big-time elections, the only way Democrats are going to get back onto a winning track and path is, at minimum, returning to their classic liberal roots, if not even further right towards being more moderate, which is why I actually think Fetterman has been saying a lot of things that resonate with the everyday folk.
Mm-hmm. At his meeting at Mar-a-Lago, by the way.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Trump called him. The Washington Examiner had an exclusive. I don't know if they had audio or if it's just print, but the Washington Examiner had quoted Trump as saying they met for over an hour, and he's a common sense person. He's not liberal or conservative. He's just a common sense person, which is beautiful. That, according to, that's the Trump quote via the Washington Examiner.
I don't know if I agree with Fetterman's not liberal or conservative. He's just common sense. He's definitely left of center.
He says it was, Trump said it was fascinating, and his wife, Giselle, is lovely.
I think that's the way to characterize Trump. He's not left, he's right, he's common sense. I think we got the participants and the descriptions wrong. Fetterman is still certainly liberal. I just don't think he's as damn near as progressive as he was trying to run on 3 years ago, because I think he's even following a stroke. He's smart enough to realize that this left-wing stuff is about to fall by the wayside, and he's positioning himself as the common sense guy on the left for his own future political gain. That's just my read on it.
Sorry.
No, go. Good.
I think Fetterman was underestimated, and he also is, I think, a more astute politician than people gave him credit for because of the hoodie and all of that. But this guy's, he was raised with, he went to Harvard, and he is a bright guy, and I think he reads the room very well. And the fact that he's the first Democrat, first of all, he signed up, weeks ago, to a True Social account. First one to go on True Social. He gets invited by Trump, lets the Trump people know he'd love to go to Mar-a-Lago and kiss the ring. This is a politically astute guy.
Well, so let me ask you the big picture question here. And I don't think I've heard this asked at all. So you have your left wing, you have your, quote, right wing. But now we're getting to the point. I mean, think about all of the, we'll call them transactions in the last couple of months. You've got Bobby Kennedy ditching the Democrats to join Trump. You've got Elon Musk flipping sides, Tulsi Gabbard flipping sides. You've also had guys like Chris Christie who are anti-Trumpers, yes, rhinos, yes, moderates, whatever, sliding more back to the center. Even at times it seems like borderline on the left. Now you have Fetterman. Are we getting to the point where the lines are so blurred? And is that what's the most successful blueprint for any of these individuals moving forward, seeking office and seeking power? Because it seems to me like, especially in this format, for what we do, yeah, we talk politics and news, but we've talked, more about social issues, cultural issues. We talk entertainment. We talk sports, because a lot of times those institutions cross lines and get political, and vice versa. Political crosses lines into other categories. Is that where we're heading with our political ecosphere in general in this country? I mean, you're seeing a rise in populism. It's not necessarily conservatism. I mean, we heard our guy in Canada as he's chomping on his apple. He's like, I don't know what left or right is. You make that stuff up. I'm just common sense. Is it a race right now between the left and the right to be more common sense moving forward for the future of their own party? I think that's the question people have to answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to me that when we look at the age of invention, when you think about Elon Musk, there's a connection to it. And even it goes back to here in Philadelphia with Ben Franklin, the inventor, and the age of technology, if you will, the media, and then it often coincides, doesn't it? When you think about people wanting freedom and the battle over technology, data, power. That's really where this is. And so I think we're seeing a major shift and an evolution of our political parties, but it's thanks to the fact, in my opinion, that everyday citizens, and I think Democrats were shocked by this, but many groups that they didn't see coming just looked at Trump and for different reasons came to the same conclusion that he's the guy, he's the answer. And he still is looked upon as an outsider, somebody who is more common sense, somebody who will fight for the working person, and as well somebody who's going to do the basics, which is the issue of keeping, I'll say, secure, whether it's security dealing with people coming over the border, security dealing with outside threats, even cyber threats, security dealing with the protection of girls and women in a very basic way in your bathroom, your daughter's bathroom or locker room. So I think these are some of the themes, and many of them Democrats just did not see this coming. I think it's also significant that when you look at the Hispanic vote in America, and the Hispanic voters went for Trump in much bigger numbers than anybody anticipated. So I think all of this matters. I think it's a good thing whenever we push the reset button and let career politicians on both sides know that we see them, we're on to them.
Mm-hmm. 2 men were arrested at Vice President Kamala Harris's Los Angeles home after police had received a call about a potential break-in. Here's the news report, courtesy of KTLA 5 in Los Angeles. Roll it.
PD responded to a burglary call this morning about 4:30. This was at the home of Vice President Kamala Harris. 2 men dressed all in black. They were detained by police and then questioned, but then later released. The Secret Service also responding to that same call. Those 2 men were inside the evacuation zone while the curfew was in effect. Now, it's unclear if anybody was actually home at the time of that call.
Darlene, Madam Vice President, have you returned the ballot to California, and how did you vote on Prop 36?
So my ballot is on its way to California, and I'm going to trust the system that it will arrive there. And I am not going to talk about the vote on that because, honestly, it's the Sunday before the election, and I don't intend to create an endorsement one way or another around it. So, but I did vote.
So 2 questions here. How is it that you can break in? I guess the term was break in, burglarize.
Yes.
Whatever. How do you still get released?
A potential break-in.
A potential break-in. Okay. I'd like to know what qualifies as a potential break-in. You either attempt to break in or you were not involved in any way, shape, or form. I mean, where were you, sitting on the curb smoking a heater saying, I'm thinking about going in, but I haven't officially decided to physically approach the gate? Secondly, doesn't she have Secret Service protection? She's still the current sitting vice president. You know, I mean, I don't root for anything against Biden or Kamala Harris, but man, they were able to get potentially that close to the vice president. What's going on here? You know, we talked about it from the Trump angle, right?
Yeah.
In Butler and the golf course, a couple of random schmucks in L.A. able to possibly get into the Harris Fortress. And where's Dougie? Does he have the crowbar ready? The Louisville Slugger?
I mean, assuming they're in D.C. and not here, right? Or not in.
Well,
Los
that was
Angeles.
that was. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
I don't know
So
that
there was
she was
nobody.
home.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there was nobody present.
No.
So they don't keep those individuals' homes secured even when they're not present. I would have figured there would have at least be one guard.
Remember,
maybe.
to
No?
your point, remember Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco? They did have, basically doorbell cameras and cameras through video surveillance.
Right.
But those individuals were back in D.C. unless the speaker at the time was in her home, then she
Right.
did have somebody with her physically.
But Paul Pelosi
But-
did not have any.
No,
Right.
but Paul, the husband of the House Speaker at the time, so he did have the video. The people were supposed to be video monitoring, live monitoring the situation. So that's what I would imagine. That's how I imagine, because it was a call that reported the potential burglary. So I'm inferring this. I don't know, but I'm inferring that because it is monitored by, security in D.C., because she's the Veep, that they then would call the LAPD, who then went to the house and detained these individuals.
Well, we know money doesn't go far in L.A., and the vice president is not nearly as compensated as highly as the water czar of Los Angeles, right? The water czar makes $750,000.
Dang.
Kamala's making what, $250,000, $300,000? I wonder how much square footage she has. Can't be that much in L.A. It doesn't go too far.
I have. So J.D. Vance was on Fox News Sunday, and Christopher Wray was on 60 Minutes. I have both of those, but we should probably take a break and do more on the other side. I have so much more, as I usually do on a Monday from a long weekend here.
My favorite installment.
Yes.
The Monday is always my favorite. All right, we'll get to that on the other side, as well as Harry Mays is going to join us in about 20 or 25 minutes to talk about the Eagles' playoff victory. Also a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 on the way. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, I got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. With thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across Piazza's Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GetETHOS.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 846, as we roll on live on this Monday morning, January 13th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Get us on the free Odyssey app and watch us on YouTube. All of those radio stations throughout the country now coming to the realization in 2025 that maybe we should be on YouTube. Yep. You can follow our blueprint. You might not get the same results, but you can try. As we continue, Gregory.
J.D. Vance was on Fox News Sunday yesterday. Let's start with, this is Cut 17. He talked about the border crisis and what's going on there and how they plan to fix it. Roll it.
What about the critics who are humanitarian activists and others who are worried about these deportations, saying families are going to be separated, people are going to be put in tents and in terrible conditions? They have real concerns about the way you plan to actually mete out those things you're planning to do.
Yeah, so this term is something you're going to hear a lot in the next couple of months, the next couple of years, Shannon. Family separation. I think it's important. That's a euphemism. That is a dishonest term to hide behind the fact that Joe Biden has not done border enforcement. If you say, for example, in the United States, we have a guy who's convicted of a violent crime and has to go to prison. We want that guy to go to prison. But yes, it does mean that that guy is going to be separated from his family. That is the consequence of committing violence upon your fellow citizens. If you come into this country illegally, you need to go back home. You need to have basic law enforcement. And what the Democrats are going to do is they're going to hide behind this. They're going to say that this is all about compassion for families. It is not compassion to allow the drug cartels to traffic small children. It is not compassionate to allow the worst people in the world to send minor children, some of them victims of sex trafficking, into our country. That is the real humanitarian crisis at the border. You're not going to exacerbate it through law enforcement. You're going to fix it through law enforcement, and that's what Donald Trump is going to do.
But fair to say those egregious things that you cite that I would think all Americans are against.
Sure.
That's a small fraction of the millions of people who are here, who have built lives. Many of them have been here for decades.
So you do have hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million people who, in addition to crossing into the border illegally, have also committed some measure of violent crime. So it's actually a very large number of people, Shannon. And the point is that if you want to fix the overall border crisis, you have to engage in law enforcement. We can't buy into this lie, really, from the extreme left, because I agree with you. Most Americans want common sense border enforcement. We can't buy into this lie that law enforcement at the American southern border is somehow not compassionate to families who want to cross illegally. Our #1 responsibility is compassion to our fellow Americans, and that starts with enforcing the southern border. You cannot have a country of law and order, of stability, of basic good governance unless you get control of what Biden has left us at the American southern border, and President Trump is committed to doing it on day one.
So that'll be the phrase that the Democrats use, family separation. You are going to hear that ad nauseum for the next 4 years. But you know what's interesting when you talk about Democrats trying to tug at the heartstrings of family separation? Why is it that they are more in their feelings over an illegal immigrant being separated from their child after entering the country illegally and or committing a crime, perhaps even a violent crime? They're more in their feelings about that separation than they are the separation of now the lost and deceased like Laken Riley from her parents. Ask yourself why that is the narrative and the vibe that the Democrat Party gives off. Because to be honest, if you're here illegally and you get separated and you go to jail and your child is without you, that sucks for the kid. But you know what? If it's the dad, then the old man shouldn't have broke the law. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. All right, I'm not in the business of feelings for people that commit crimes that have no business being here. It sucks for that child. 2 years old, 2 months old, 12 years old, whatever it might be. But you know what? The parents shouldn't have committed the crime. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think this is why, in many ways, what J.D. Vance so astutely, describes is why in, let's say, the so-called black and brown community in Philadelphia and beyond across the nation, thinking about the Democrat talking points where they're so concerned about, quote unquote, separating families. And yet there are individuals and especially women who I know Trump commuted their sentences and highlighted this in his presidency, where you have women and moms and grandmoms who under that Biden rule, remember from back in the day, had put people behind bars for, drug violations, but nonviolent violations. And so they were separated from moms, dads, grandparents, separated from, their kids and grandkids.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, it's because we have a fatherhood crisis in this country.
Yeah.
We have a lot of dudes out there that don't want to take responsibility for the child that they created. I think a lot of Tony Dungy, former NFL coach, did a podcast recently, and I think he's conservative. I know he's conservative. Very religious man. I believe first African American head coach to win the Super Bowl, and he said the fatherless epidemic in this country is a big reason why we have so many people that commit the crimes they do. Because they didn't have a dad in their life, to scare them straight or knock them smart or whatever you want to call it, right? And they were raised by mom or their aunt or their grandmother or in foster care. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, but when you think of, I'll just say this, policies matter. And so, like, all the aid to the families with dependent children, all those laws back in the day, when you think about the breakdown of the family, and this goes to a certain economic group, but hits hard the so-called black and brown community, especially African-American community. But there are many white and African-American families who are fatherless, so-called, because if you are a part-time worker or in and out of work and the mother of your children lives separately from you, you get a ton of money with the aid to families with dependent children. Those policies from back in the day are often blamed as an unintended consequence, if you will, of separating or promoting the fact that you have these fatherless homes because the dad now won't live with the mom or marry the mom. And I'll be honest, I have 2 relatives who fit into this category in Michigan and Illinois. And so they live separately. The dad is in and out of work. It goes to a certain class of individuals. And so this is a horrible policy. They need to fix it. They really do.
Mm-hmm. Shannon, that's Shannon Bream, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She asked about the fact that this administration now is claiming that the border crossing right now is at the lowest it's been since, I think, 2019. J.D. Vance responds to that. I think this is 18, Phil. Go.
So President Biden is doing what he can on his way out the door on a number of issues, and critics would say some of those appear to be aimed at blunting what you all might have planned. Let's talk first about immigration. Politico has this headline: Biden extends temporary status of nearly 1 million migrants ahead of Trump deportations. It says the move allows people from certain countries who currently have temporary protected status, or TPS, to renew work permits and deportation protections, extending the program for El Salvador until March 2026 and Sudan, Ukraine, and Venezuela until October of 26. How does President Trump plan to handle these last-minute things, and what are his own executive actions planned, especially with regard to the border on day one?
Yeah, so Shannon, if you step back a little bit, I do think it's important to reiterate that not just on the border, but on a whole host of issues, President Biden has left us an absolute dumpster fire. Now, we're excited to get to work, but we need to be open and honest about the fact that President Biden has not left the next administration in a good place, right? FEMA's funds are depleted. We have a wide open southern border. Oil is going through the roof. Bond yields went from 4.1% to 4.8% in a month. And that's on top of the fact that President Biden has been running the largest peacetime deficits in the history of this country. So we've got a lot of debt, a lot of problems, and a wide open southern border. And thank God that Donald Trump takes office in a week and a half, because we need somebody to actually govern this country effectively. Now, on the border crisis in particular, the most important thing that we have to do is to send a message that America is closed to illegal immigration. For the past 4 years, we have been wide open, and you're going to see, I think, dozens of executive orders coming from the Trump administration, coming from us on day one, that send a message to Customs and Border Patrol: you guys are allowed to do your job again, and to illegal immigrants all over the world: you are not welcome into this country illegally. If you want to come through, you've got to come through proper channel.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. It's common sense, really. It's not even a great point. It's just common sense. If you have a flood in your house and your faucet in your bathroom sink went nuts and you've got water everywhere, well, what's the first objective? You got to seal off the faucet to stop the leak and stop the flooding. That's giving these agents at the southern border all the power they need, all the resources they need, and the advertisement, the message of, sorry, this country is closed for business. And then it's getting all that water out. You know, you get your mop, you get your buckets, you get your towels. And now we got to dry it up, and we got to get rid of all that extra precipitation. So to me, that'll be the toughest part. And that's where I think the media is going to, again, tug at the heartstrings, because, you know, there will be deportation efforts where ICE and other agencies that are being videotaped, whether it's on their own, not dashboard cam, but chest cam, or citizens. You know, we talked about them showing up at the workplace to deport people.
Yep.
You know, like MSNBC or, left-wing media will take those 38-second clips and show just how inhumane the Trump administration is. They drug him out while he was in the middle of his shift. Okay, well, you gotta crack some eggs if you want to make an omelet. Sorry.
I think a couple things that kind of crushes that old argument of, oh, you're gonna separate families and this is cruel. First of all, the crime problem, the cartels, and I mean, we've talked about it. I've reported it in news for a long time that we know that the cartels are here in our area, and specifically targeting and burglarizing homes, for example, mostly in the suburbs, mostly in Montgomery County along the main line, and as well in Chester County and somewhat in Delaware County. So the fact that we do have gangs and cartels and so on and so forth that we know are here, but also that House Judiciary Committee, all those investigations that we've talked about, where they have proven that there's these sex traffickers, these child traffickers. They're using some of these Biden's so-called parole programs or under the guise of like Homeland Security specialty programs, and they're smart.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sicko part, that this is huge money. And so they've been able to maneuver through like our government programs and then continue their sex trafficking. And the sick piece of this, I will say too, they got to crack down on, is that we are in this country, we reportedly are the biggest customers for the sicko stuff with child trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
I hope to God they crack down and make these arrests, which I haven't really seen, quite frankly. We keep hearing that, Americans, these sickos, these pedophiles, who want these trafficked kids, who are coming into this country, they're supported by big money customers, citizens of our country.
Yep.
J.D. Vance also weighed in on what's happening in California and the competence of the government there in California, local leadership, I should say. Roland.
So I want to talk to you about the fire situation in California because your administration will be coming in, taking over the reins as the feds are trying to meet that along with many other emergency situations they have going on. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has written to President Trump saying, let's not be divisive right now. Come out and visit. Let people see us working together. Any indication the president-elect may do that?
Well, I know the president would love to visit California. And first of all, our hearts go out to everybody who's been affected by the storms. I've seen some of these videos of people where, folks have lived in those homes for 25, 30, 35 years and everything is gone. And whatever your political affiliation, it's hard not to see those images and just be heartbroken for our fellow Americans who are going through a very tough time. And I do think, frankly, the federal government has to do a better job. President Trump is committed to doing a better job when it comes to disaster relief. That's true for the hurricane victims and flood victims in North Carolina. It's true for the fire victims in California. We have to do a better job. We need competent, good governance. Now, that doesn't mean you can't criticize the governor of California for, I think, some very bad decisions over a very long period of time. I mean, some of these reservoirs have been dry for 15, 20 years. The fire hydrants are being reported as going dry while the firefighters are trying to put out these fires. There is a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad. We need to do a better job at both the state and federal level.
Well, I tell you, you're Trump. You sit down after Inauguration Day, and it's January 21st, and you've got your administration and your cabinet members. You probably just look around and you say, where do we start? Where do we begin? We've got Los Angeles. We've got the Middle East. We've got Russia, Ukraine. I've got the border. We've got energy. We've got the economy. The thing that's really interesting about this as well is I thought for the most part, and I watched a lot of that J.D. Vance interview yesterday, he takes a very measured response. He did say that, incompetence, but he could have been a lot more harsh. I mean, you can sit there and say, like I always say, elections have consequences, right? And you don't want to say that as the incoming vice president, but you know what? You get what you vote for. In a lot of these areas with these policies, with this far left approach, I mean, there's a reason why Philly rejected it. Is New York going to reject it? I mean, Kathy Hochul, we've got Eric Adams. Our buddy Sean Farish keeps saying, and he's probably correct when he says this, that Cuomo is going to be the next mayor of New York after what he did during the pandemic with nursing homes. So the question is, do you ever learn your lesson? It looks like New York probably won't. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that L.A. won't. There's only so much the federal government can do. I mean, it's ultimately the citizens of Los Angeles. You vote for this.
Speaking of New York, doesn't the congestion pricing start today?
Yes. Oh, it actually already started.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I've got the cover of the New York Post.
Yeah.
And that's why over the weekend you saw New York officials saying they won't vote for the new budget deal unless it gives them breaks to some of what's going on. By the way, speaking of breaking news, the big news this morning, Israel and Hamas reportedly having a breakthrough in ceasefire talks this morning.
So haven't we gone through this song and dance for the last couple of months?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I feel like every time I'm turning around, it's like, there's a ceasefire, there's a ceasefire. It's like, okay.
Are the hostages going to be released?
That's what their Hamas is. That's the tease this morning.
80% of the hostages are dead, guys. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I agree.
But either way, the families deserve to know.
100%.
I mean, I can't even imagine.
Well, whoever is still left and alive needs to be released.
But that's one of the and remember what Trump said. There'll be hell to pay.
Mm-hmm.
So they know TikTok. They have, 1 week from today, when we're at the NAC, Trump sworn in, they know that, and by the way, when Trump says there's hell to pay, he's not talking about Hamas. That's a message to Iran. You want to be broke again? You want your money to dry up? Go ahead, make my day. I'm paraphrasing. That's Trump. I'm Trump.
Jimmy Kelly, I need that on the board. Dawn Stensland, make my day. Drop that can replace the rim shot that Greg desperately wants going.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to replace it. It was a joke. It was a moment of irritability. I'm prone to more of those these days. Representative Maxine Waters was on with Chris Cuomo over the weekend. Say, look, she's not playing politics on fires, but rich people need to pay their fair share. These people never. You can say what you want. You can say what you want about all of them. They're on brand. They're on message. No matter what the situation is, rich people need to pay their fair share. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. Like it's all. Keep your eye on the prize.
Mm-hmm.
Auntie Maxine and her bad wig. Roll it.
Instead of this business about Democrats or Republicans, get the information up on the screens. Where can you go in Altadena? Where can you go in Pasadena? Where can you go in Malibu? Where can you go in the Palisades? Where can you go in San Fernando Valley? They don't know. They're looking for help, and that's what we should be dedicated to.
I agree.
And you too.
We are doing it. We will continue to do it. I think you are right. However, it can also be seen that you don't want to talk about the politics because it's on your party, because the mayor and the governor are Democrats who arguably should have had the people in Altadena better prepared for this. They should have the resources more available so they don't need me to put them up.
Good for him.
Because the state has been doing the work.
Chris Zuckerberg.
And that if they've been preparing the situations for wildfires like they were made aware of, instead of cutting deals with PG&E and insurance companies, they would have prepared the state.
Damn.
That is not unfair criticism. Is it too soon? Maybe, but the questions are real.
Let me tell you something.
Uh-oh.
I'm not in the business of protecting anybody.
Uh-oh.
And I think that my work over the years that I've been involved have been absolutely on point in dealing what has to be dealt with in order to help the people. First thing you got to understand is services cost money.
Oh.
And we should be willing to get the richest people in this country, the richest 1%, that is protected, make sure they pay their fair taxes
There we
so
go.
that
There it
we
is.
can have the money to provide the services.
They have the money.
With
they
that
have the
money and with those resources, the people who have been selected or elected to do the job should do the job. I don't care who it is.
Yeah. Wow.
It could be Democrat, it could be Republican, it could be whatever. But the fact of the matter is, we all should have heavy hearts right now.
By the way, regardless of what you think about Los Angeles, they pay a lot of taxes.
Oh, of course.
A lot of taxes. So it has nothing to do with them not paying their fair share.
Just got to continue with the grift, right?
They're paying a ton of taxes, and it doesn't. And still, they had inadequate service.
Yep. By the way, who's got the worst wig? Maxine Waters or Judge Jeanine?
This lady, she turned August 15th. She was born in 1938.
Who, Auntie Maxine?
Maxine Waters,
by the way,
86 years young.
That's
God bless her.
That's what AOC calls her. I'm not.
Yeah.
Auntie Maxine.
I am anti-Maxine, and sometimes anti-vaccine.
All right, let me, because we have to make way for Harry. Let me play two clips from Chris Ray, who was on 60 Minutes last night. Dawn, hold on to your wig. No, I'm kidding.
Don't wear a wig.
This is Chris Ray defended the Mar-a-Lago raid.
You really want to do this with Harry on deck, or you want to save this where Dawn can get a full 8-minute tangent?
I want to play it. We have a new system here. All right, roll it. 25, go.
And not letting preferences, partisan or otherwise, drive or taint the approach.
And were those the rules followed in starting the investigations against the president-elect?
We tried very hard to make sure that we've stayed faithful to those principles and those rules in every investigation that I can think of that's been occurring on my watch.
Trump is also livid about the FBI search in 2022 for classified files at his home. A Trump lawyer certified that all classified papers had been returned to the government.
but the FBI said later it found 72 documents marked top secret or secret, at least one about U.S. military strength.
I want to be careful not to discuss too many of the specifics of an investigation, but what I can tell you is that part of the FBI's job is to safeguard classified information. And when we learn that information, classified material, is not being properly stored, we have a duty to act. And I can tell you that in investigations like this one, a search warrant is not, and here was not, anybody's first choice. We always try to pursue, invariably try to pursue, the least intrusive means. First, trying to get the information back voluntarily, then with a subpoena. And only if, after all that, we learn that the agents haven't been given all of the classified material, and in fact, those efforts have been frustrated, even obstructed, then our agents are left with no choice but to go to a federal judge, make a probable cause showing, and get a search warrant. And
No choice.
That's what happened here.
No choice.
Did you hear that, Dawn? It was his
duty
to raid Melania's lingerie drawer.
Isn't it funny, though, that, I mean, they didn't raid. They quietly met with President Biden and allowed, allegedly, that he would turn over documents, some of which there are senators who still can't figure out how he, snuck those out when he was a senator, not even a Veep, not even the president.
And Joe can't even remember anyway.
So funny how well he remembers. It's just funny how that works. No, this is. I don't care what Chris Wray says. This never ages well, and I think this is a disgrace. And I hope they stop this. I don't wish all this hot mess on any administration.
Yep, I agree.
This is a disgrace.
One
Shame.
One more. This is Chris Wray on China, like what's happening with the Chinese government. You can roll this.
China's cyber program is by far and away the world's largest, bigger than that of every major nation combined.
Great.
And has stolen more of Americans' personal and corporate data than that of every nation, big or small, combined. But even beyond the cyber theft, there's another part of the Chinese cyber threat that I think has not gotten the attention publicly that it, I think, desperately deserves, and that is Chinese government's pre-positioning on American civilian critical infrastructure to lie in wait on those networks, to be in a position to wreak havoc and can inflict real-world harm at a time and place of their choosing.
The Chinese have already insinuated malware into critical American infrastructure.
That's correct.
Like what?
Things like water treatment plants. We're talking about transportation systems. We're talking about targeting of our energy sector, the electric grid, natural gas pipelines. And recently, we've seen targeting of our telecommunications system.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so why weren't they focused? They spent gazillions of dollars, I don't even know the dollar amount, on tracking down and hunting down J6ers. 4 freaking years later, they're still tracking them down reportedly. They spent how much money persecuting a former president and, soon to be next president. Why didn't they just go full force then and focus on all of this?
Yep. Totally agree. All right. That'll do it for, I guess that was technically cut sheet part 1. Part 1-A.
No, it's, I
1-B.
I spilled my
Your bucket. All right, I like that.
Your bucket?
I didn't know what I was going to say.
The firefighters in L.A. were spilling their bucket, too.
Tom Walsh said, why did he not stop at it? It was his job. I mean, it's a very good point.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a good point.
Because they were too focused on
literally his job.
Silencing all of us.
Yeah.
Right? And going after MAGA, because we're the devil, and going after Trump and going after J6ers. That's what they were focused on.
It's like, well, Greg, why did the ratings go down in your tenure? Isn't your job to make sure ratings and revenue are up? And I said, well, no, I was concentrating on the music stations and sports stations down the hall. And they'd be like, well, that's not your job. I'm like, but it's what I wanted to concentrate on. because it's a threat to democracy.
Thank you.
Coming
Thank you.
up next, we will get to the Eagles' big victory in the playoffs.
Let's go, Harry.
With our man, Harry Mays.
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
We are ready to go. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The full Honda lineup is available today at your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select models. Online at piazzahonda.com. Eagles victory. We'll talk to Harry coming up next.
Attention, Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Revamp your living space with Emmons Remodeling.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts bring creativity and expertise to every project, ensuring stunning results for you and your family.
From new layouts to upgraded finishes, at Emmons Remodeling, we do it all.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. the money came in every 2 weeks while you worked, it should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:20, right on the dot here on a Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company, and we are giving something to you right now. A $50 gift card to Macy's and tickets to the Philadelphia Orchestra's Tchaikovsky's Pathétique, if I've said that correctly. Caller 10. Caller 10.
Yeah.
855-839-1210.
So what we'll do is we'll give away the $50 Macy's gift card right now, and then we'll do the other thing at the end for the
That's
Morning
right.
History Movie clip. Okay.
2 things to give to you. Right now, though, the Macy's gift card, caller 10, 855-839-1210, $50 gift card.
Are there Macy's still around?
I have no idea.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
I'm
The
sure they
Macy's
have-
Center City is open till March.
There you go. I'm sure they have plenty of Eagles apparel, and you're probably going to want to get some apparel because the Eagles are into the second round as Harry Mays joins us to break down yesterday's victory. All right, Harry, I know this was an ugly game yesterday. To be completely honest, I was very bored by it, but I do know they were about a five.
Speaking of bored, is this Chris Ray and Company or Kale and Company? I mean, my God. You talk about a lead-in for me.
Sorry,
I got to
man.
listen to Chris Ray prattle on with Scott Pelley. Was Scott Pelley chewing on the end of his eyeglasses during that interview?
Tough
Because
act to
then
follow.
you know it's real serious discussion when
That's
Scott
exactly
Pelley takes
right.
off the glasses.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm
And
gonna
I got to ask Chris
Yeah.
Way one thing.
Yeah.
Is that why my power is out right now? Because of the Chinese messing with my power grid?
We're going off the grid in more ways than one.
Sorry, Harry.
So
Exactly.
you know it's serious when I take the glasses off. So let's break it down. Now, that was an ugly game. But they were a 5.5 point favorite, and they won by 12. Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
Jalen Hurts did not look good. But do you have any concerns, or is a win at this point in the year?
I think a win is a win at this point in the year. Playoff football is not a beauty pageant. It's about winning the games, survive and advance. It's like the NCAA tournament. How many times do you see good teams, struggle early in games 1 or 2 and they barely get by and they go on to, play in the championship game? It happens. It's sports. Did he look great? No, but he's coming off a concussion. He had a couple of weeks of no activity. He wasn't even able to practice, they didn't really need him to be great. I mean, he didn't turn the ball over. So there's number one. And that's the Jalen Hurts of this year versus last year. Last year he was turning the ball over all the time. He didn't turn the ball over. They relied on their running game. They made plays when they had to, and their defense was great. And they got a break with no wide receivers for Green Bay. I mean, after a while, I was thinking they were going to have to go to the, call up Temple University and try to bring in a player, to suit up, during the fourth quarter. I mean, they were down to, their 5th, 6th wide receiver. So they got a break there. But, you win the game. Like you said, they covered the number. It was really never really in doubt. I thought I was never really sitting there saying, oh, my, they're going to lose this game. So now you sit back, you have another week of practice, you'll figure out who you play after tonight. And if I'm an Eagles fan, and I am, I want to play Minnesota rather than Los Angeles.
Yeah,
Do you agree?
Yes. I feel good about either one. I was going to ask you about that, but let me get your reasoning why. I'm assuming you feel better against Sam Darnold than you do Matt Stafford and Sean McVay. Is that part of the logic?
Oh, that's a big part of the logic. Absolutely. I mean, Sam Darnold looked very skittish in that big game. That was the biggest game of Sam Darnold's life a week or so ago against Detroit. And he looked like a deer in the headlights. He looked like New York Jets Sam Darnold. Okay, so there's that. There's also the McVay factor. I have a great deal of respect for what he does. It's also the second time that he will see this team this year. Remember, they played a few weeks ago out in Los Angeles, and the Eagles won. Mm-hmm. So you have that factor, and you have the factor that if it's Minnesota, it's their third straight road game. Okay, and third straight road games in the NFL, especially playoffs. I think that definitely favors the Eagles.
Did you have an issue with the sideline theatrics of A.J. Brown and reading the book? It feels to me like a passive-aggressive shot at I'm not happy, I only have one catch. And it feels to me like a continuation of, 6 weeks ago when he was asked, well, what's the issue with the offense? And he said, it's the passing. It feels, does this feel like if it goes south, it's McNabb T.O. all over again?
That's what I was thinking. And I was very entertained watching him read the passages from the book, whatever that book was. But then I saw afterwards that he's done this before. This is no big deal. He's done this before. No way. There's no way A.J. Brown can whip out a book on the sideline and not have 20 media members in the press box tweeting about it 5 seconds later, or Fox putting it on TV or CBS, what have you. So I don't buy that at all, and I took it that way. Like, I'm not happy. It was sort of a TO kind of thing. Look at me. I'm going to make a spectacle of myself, whether I'm getting targeted with the football or not.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's a smaller issue. But just going back to Jalen Hurts for a moment, I have this uneasy feeling in my gut that if the Eagles do not win the Super Bowl this year, you have a fan base that's just waiting to say, I told you so on Nick Sirianni, and I told you so on Jalen Hurts. And with the Hurts front, it's like he's making, $50 million or whatever it is. There's a lot of people out there that say, well, I don't want to hear that you just didn't turn it over, or we have a great defense, or we have Saquon Barkley. They want to feel like they have a $50 million quarterback that can do what Patrick Mahomes does, even though we know that's not possible.
Right. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not even Lamar Jackson at this point. So forget about that. But, if they don't win the Super Bowl, there's going to be a lot of, pearl clutching and hand-wringing about the coach and the quarterback. And there, changes will probably have to be made, whatever you can do. But, he's not that player. Can he win a game for you? Yes, he can. And he can do it with his legs, too. And I think that's the kind of guy that I want to see, playing in these, NFC divisional round, NFC championship. And he's going to have to make some plays with his legs. You saw Daniels do it last night. You see the quarterback up in Buffalo do it all the time. Lamar Jackson, that's the stuff that he can do. He's not going to wow you, through the air.
Are you guys familiar with James Palmer? He's a senior reporter for
NFL Network.
NFL, yeah. So he tweeted yesterday that wide receiver A.J. Brown handed me a beaten-up paperback copy of Inner Excellence, which was the book that he read, full of handwritten notes and highlighted sections. He has it with him every game, and you can tell it's been knocked off benches on sidelines week after week. Brown then showed me the passages he reads between drives. It calms his mind. He was kind enough to share, so there you go.
How about that?
So,
well, how do we only knowing this now?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
Yeah. What are the media members sitting up in the press box? What are they doing? Eating the baked ziti and the salad, and they're not focused on their job?
I hate to do it to Tim McManus, but my God, we need a tweet about that.
I agree. It's an outrage. Hey, I want to get your thoughts on two other football fronts. We'll get to the college in a second with James Franklin. But are you ready for Baltimore and Buffalo to be completely ruined by ESPN for the next week? Because they are going to make it about race between the two quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. They're gonna kill my enjoyment for that game coming up on this weekend. I might not put on the television until Saturday.
Well, I don't. I mean, why do you? I mean, seriously, why tune into that crap?
No, you're right. You're right, and
it's crap.
And you know what they're going to, and you know how I know it. We just saw it last week when Notre Dame knocked off Penn State, and Marcus Freeman beats James Franklin, and we played the clip on the cut sheet on Friday. Molly McGrath, the sideline reporter, asking Marcus Freeman about being a black coach in the national championship, and he gave a stellar answer where he basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, he said, I just want to see talented, good people succeed, and he kind of shoved it right back in her face.
Yeah, and I love Molly. I did a few games with her back in the day. She's great, and I think she was being fed that question. Like, they wanted to make sure that question was asked, and I don't know that she came up with that on her own accord. But, Freeman answered it great. Yeah. He's terrific, and I'm a big fan of Marcus Freeman.
Last one for you, James Franklin. Obviously on the losing end of this. You know, I'm one of these guys. I know you probably have banged on him in the past as well.
Yes.
And he never wins the big game. But I guess the question is, and look, it's not my job to find a new guy, but if you think he has peaked, you have to get rid of this guy regardless of the buyout, no matter how much it costs for him to be unemployed and receive a paycheck at home. But the question is, can Penn State ever be better than what they are with James Franklin, considering the way they go about recruiting?
Well, how do you not have a wide receiver make a play in that game? I mean, you're Penn State playing in the Big Ten in the age of NIL, and you can't have a good wide receiver on your roster. That's beyond me, and that falls at his feet. I know, people saying, well, he didn't throw the interception and all that. And I know the quarterback was terrible. Okay, the moment was too big for that kid, but he missed Singleton at the goal line. He underthrew Singleton, which would have been a touchdown on the first drive, which totally would have changed that game, and they'd probably go on to win. But, at some point you got to say, do we want to win a national championship, or do we want to win 10, 11 games and, every now and then play in the Big Ten championship game, and get in the playoff? Mm-hmm. So that's the question. Yep. And, my answer to it.
Yeah, no, it's not good
I'm all
enough.
about firing people.
Yes. Accountability. Doge.
Exactly.
The Department of Government Efficiency. We need a Doge in college football. That's what we need.
Yes, we do. And my power just came back on. So thank
beautiful.
you.
Look at that.
Yeah, see, Christopher
job,
Ray was listening to you.
He was.
And now we'll get back to Christopher Ray and Scott Pelley. Thank you very much, Harry.
All right, thank you.
All right, there he is, Harry Mays.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go.
All right, quickly, do we want to grab our winner? Let's get John in. No, John is gone, but John was our Macy's $50 gift card winner. He didn't have to do anything but call. He didn't even have to need the
All you
no
had to
movie
do
clip.
was be cut 10 or
Caller 10.
10, yeah.
There you go. All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which is 28 minutes from now here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By registering for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event, you'll see real statements from Crash Proof Retirement clients documenting how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system credits double-digit interest returns, even during the worst of recent stock market downturns.
Rob Lukens, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. During COVID, when everything was going down in the stock market, we saw our investment with Crash Proof grow 15%, which was unheard of. Markets weren't growing that way. The interest we made through Crash Proof's investments, we keep it. We don't lose anything. We keep every penny that we invested. The worst that's going to happen is you keep your money. Crash Proof gives me great peace of mind. And I would recommend anybody who sees this or hears this to give Crash Proof a call. Pick the phone up, call. It's simple.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Of you. 9:37. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Monday morning. A busy day, a busy week, and next Monday, live from the NAC, as we will be taking the show and really the station on the road for Trump Inauguration Day. Get ready. It's a free event, too. So you can pack that place in and take in Kayal and Company, The Dawn Show, and The Dom Giordano Show, as we will be there until 3 o'clock. All right, today in music history on the way, but first, let's get caught up in the world of news and some other stories that are out there. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:38.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. Sickness is surging again in our region. Public health experts call this the quademic. We talked about it. I mean, I think my family and a lot of us were struck over the holiday break. But here it is again, another wave of illnesses circulating right now. RSV, flu, norovirus, as well as COVID. Looks like the cases of walking pneumonia, those are waning a bit, according to officials. How do they track this? The wastewater testing. And this is according to the CDC. They routinely test. And in Philadelphia and our region, apparently showing very high levels of COVID as well as moderate levels of the flu. So wastewater testing, it's considered an accurate method of tracking the spread of viruses in real time. And so the real concern here is the RSV for little ones as well as elderly folks. And so, tracking as well with the pediatric hospitals, CHOP, that sort of thing. But it's a time where they want to give the heads up. The RSV is when, especially a baby or young child, they have that wheezing and a very high fever. This is maybe a 103 degree or above fever, and that's when you want to go to the emergency department.
Yeah, I just got the text during our interview with Harry. My wife said that Olivia has stayed home today. She's got a stomach issue, she's got a headache, and she's very pale in the face.
Oh, good.
Great.
So the
is it April yet?
So are you preparing to be out?
Yeah.
No, I don't miss. I get sick on Christmas break.
Just remember, we need you next Monday.
Yeah. I'll be there. Big day next Monday. I'm sick of
the
these
headache.
kids.
The headache can indicate COVID, but if she has norovirus, then that's the stomach thing.
Norovirus, luckily, is quick. It's fast moving. It's like
but
a
it wipes you
24-hour
out.
thing. It's like a 24-hour thing, and you and your whole family will get it within 24 hours, and then you'll be done with it. But you're not allowed to take any days off.
No, I'm good till Easter.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is looking at the latest unemployment numbers that came out on Friday. So the number of jobs added was bigger than we thought. That was one of the headlines. But within that, as we analyze the numbers, bad news for younger Americans struggling to find work. Employment of workers ages, especially in the mid-20s to early 30s. This was the second largest yearly decline, and these from the latest jobs numbers that came out in December. So I guess the good news, you may say, unemployment rate 4.1%, slightly lower than the economists' expectations. But overall, we saw gains, about 250,000 new jobs or gain in jobs. The problem is that number, that overall number, could stop the Fed from continuing to lower the interest rates. And that's why I think we're seeing the stock market down, why it dropped on by the end of the day on Friday.
Yep.
So that just looking within the numbers, just trying to track some of those numbers. Number 3, I'll go with a lighter, and thank you, Jimmy Kelly, for sending me this. We've talked about All in the Family. So back on this day, 54 years ago today, Hollywood history, speaking of, the fires, and we've talked a lot about so much news this week, but 1971, All in the Family premiered on CBS and featuring the first toilet to flush ever on television.
How about that? By the way, speaking of All in the Family, I've got to return the DVDs to Jimmy Kelly. He's given me both, I don't know how many seasons, however many seasons. He let me watch those like a year and a half ago, and they're still sitting somewhere at home in a box.
When you
didn't know Rob Reiner.
Atrociously admitted that you had never seen All in the Family.
I know. Who knew that was the launch pad for Married with Children all those years later?
Yeah, okay.
But didn't you think it was like was that the show with Urkel or something? It was so
funny.
I got
the show. Yeah, I got the show completely wrong. One of my many errors.
It was fun. No, it was fun. Hey, we are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Is your auto lease nearing its end? Consider a lease buyout with American Heritage. So you'll choose a cost-effective option that keeps you in the vehicle that you love. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? That's okay. Join today. Equal opportunity lender. American Heritage Credit Union sponsoring our big 3.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn.
We can go through a couple more cuts that I have here if you want to do this.
Yeah, you got any more Christopher Ray, Scott Pelley to tick off Harry?
No, I don't. But Katie Britt was on with Jake Tapper over the weekend talking about the confirmation of Pam Bondi, because Dawn mentioned earlier that the confirmation hearings, I believe, are going to start this week. Is that true?
Yes.
Pam Bondi. No dates have been set yet for Tulsi or RFK Jr., but Pete Hegseth
is tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's hear from Katie Britt on Pam Bondi.
Will testify before your committee later this week. You have said she has your support and she will help restore the Department of Justice to become one, quote, driven by blind justice, not blind partisan politics, unquote. We should note, as a member of Trump's legal team in 2020, she falsely claimed that Trump had won Pennsylvania, which he had not. She spread baseless claims about widespread cheating by Democrats, about fake ballots. That is partisan politics, what she said in 2020. That is not justice.
What a way to
Yeah,
phrase
Jake,
it.
I mean, look at what's happened under the Biden administration. We have people in these offices who have chosen to go after American citizens, who have chosen to weaponize the justice system in a number of ways. When I talked with Pam Bondi, she committed to me to getting back to doing the job of the people, to getting back to doing what the department was created to do. So whether we're talking about the AG, whether we're talking about the FBI, whether they're talking about the Department of Defense, people want these agencies, these departments to actually work for the American people. Pam is committed to that. I think you will see that. What President Trump has done is he has selected people who are willing to not move as business as usual, but yet are ready for action. They understand his vision for the nation. They understand the mandate that was given on November 5th, and they understand that time for talk is gone and time for results and action is now. And so I think people are actually sick of the weaponization. We had this conversation. We talked about politics not being part of the process of what you do in the department. She is committed to that, and I think she's going to do an excellent job of returning the department to the work of the American people, and I am excited for her hearing. I'm certainly excited. It'll be my very first hearing as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. We've got a lot of great nominees on the Hill this week, and they'll have the opportunity not only to make their case to those on that committee, Jake, but they'll have their opportunity to make their case to the American people of why they are best suited to move President Trump's agenda forward.
But why would you think somebody who's willing to lie about the election results in Pennsylvania is going to restore integrity in the Justice Department the way that you are calling for?
Look, Jake, I've had very direct conversations with each and every one of these nominees that I've had the opportunity to sit down with. I take my duty as a United States Senator seriously. Article 2, Section 2 mandates that I do. We have an obligation both to the American people and to the president to ask these tough questions. I ask that question very directly. And with each and every nominee, the answers that I have been given with them has satisfied me that they're going to move forward in that direction. So I'm sure she'll have an opportunity to answer this in front of the American people. But the answer she has given me, most definitely, she is not only qualified, but she's ready to move forward and move forward in a way that the American people deserve.
Sorry. Remember last week when I said I did the big take on Democrats moving forward and legacy media moving forward for the sake of the future of both entities? And I said it looks like the legacy media is not going to move on. Right there. I mean, look, it's their business model, not mine. So if I haven't lost 58% of my audience, so it doesn't really matter. But if I was Jake Tapper and CNN trying to restore credibility, Tapper also, by the way, at the center of a 2021 defamation suit.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
yes.
where he might cost his company like Stephanopoulos did.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about nominations and you want to do it from a left-wing partisan perspective, here's how I would have framed the question. I wouldn't have talked about 2020 and Pam Bondi. I would have said, we saw what happened with Matt Gaetz. He's not going to make it through. Do you envision every other nominee beyond Matt Gaetz getting through? Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, so forth and so on. And my answer to that question is yes. I think come hell or high water, Matt Gaetz is the only guy that did not get through. I think when this week is over and all is said and done, everybody that Trump is picking is going to get through. If it's not through the confirmation process, the traditional way, what's the term again that I cited all the numbers. All these presidents use them a bunch to push them through. What the hell's the
recess appointments?
Recess appointments, yes. Obama did over like 1,300 of them.
Yep.
Trump will do the same thing.
Yep, agreed. Let's do the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
All right, let's find out what it is today.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All season long, when you had nothing left, you just come up with it. And you had success after success. You did it. And that's how we got here, from your efforts. From your efforts, we're here.
We are 2 minutes away from a national championship. Latin, I'm putting you back in. Right now, it's not about talent, it's about heart. It's about who can go out there and play the hardest, who can go out there and play the smartest.
This team's a special team. Special team. You're going to win this game.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today, a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Orchestra's performance of Tchaikovsky's Pathétique, which is what my wife says sometimes. After a couple of drinks, she goes, Nicholas, you're very pathetique. And I just say you're right. But it's coming up on Thursday, January 23rd at the Kimmel Center's Marian Anderson Hall. For tickets and more info, visit Phil, P-H-I-L, orch, O-R-C-H.org, philorch.org. Caller 12-855-839-1210. In no way, shape, or form affiliated with Phil Almquist, because that is today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of James Lomenzo from White Lion, Black Label Society, as well as Megadeth, among others, who's now 66, Don Snow from Squeeze, who's 68, and Trevor Rabin from Yes, who's now 71. Heavenly birthday shouts to Tim Kelly from Slaughter, as well as Fred White from Earth, Wind, and Fire. Singles include Let's Spend the Night Together by the Stones in 67. Albums include Yellow Submarine by the Beatles in 69, Machine Messiah by Sepultura in 2017, No Mean City by Nazareth in 79, Learning to Crawl by the Pretenders in 84, and Defenders of the Faith by Judas Priest also in 1984. Also in 2005, Incubus donated $100,000 to tsunami relief efforts. In 90, Rod Stewart's Downtown Train was atop the mainstream rock chart. In 84, BBC Radio 1 announced a ban on Relax, the song by Frankie Goes to Hollywood after a DJ called it obscene. In 78, the Police started recording their debut album. In 67, Paul McCartney and Ringo attended a Jimi Hendrix show. In 68, Johnny Cash played the first of 2 shows at Folsom Prison. In 62, Chubby Checker was atop the singles chart with a twist. And in 2022, Baby Shark became the first video on YouTube to reach 10 billion views. But lastly, on this day in 79, the YMCA filed a lawsuit against the Village People, claiming their song YMCA was defaming to the organization. However, not only was the suit dropped, the YMCA later adopted the song as an unofficial jingle after seeing a huge popularity boost. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Well, a lot occurred today in music history. Wow, I was actually.
And that was just scratching the surface.
How about that? A little Baby Shark. That's one song if you ever hear.
You
as
will
a parent,
never get out of your head
It is
ever.
impossible to get out of your head.
Ever. For the rest of the time.
All right, the Dawn Show in exactly 8 minutes and 1 second. We find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yeah, there's so much breaking. We're obviously following Mayor Parker's news conference that'll happen this morning about the Sixers, that shocker news that we heard about over the weekend, new arena in South Philadelphia not going to Market East. And as far as on the jobs front, the big headline for tomorrow with these 13 cabinet nominees appearing this week within the Trump hoped-for cabinet, Pete Hegseth. So somebody who will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow cheering on the military veteran Pete Hegseth will join me right at 10 o'clock this morning. Our friend Gold Star Dad Charlie Strange is going to join me and talk about what he's been up to. Remember, Trump made him an important promise. We'll talk about that. Will Charlie be at the inauguration 1 week from today? And then why is he rooting for one Pete Hegseth? So we'll have a great conversation with him. In the 11 o'clock hour, we will talk to a great expert about TikTok, social media, children, all of that as news swirls around TikTok. And speaking of TikTok, the clock ticking on TikTok to expire and be banned as of the 19th if SCOTUS goes along with the ban. Wow,
No,
there's so
that's
much
right.
breaking as I
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah, so
We'll
the
have it all.
19th, that'll be Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. Stay tuned for the Dawn Show.
By the way, we didn't get a winner.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's gonna have to push over till tomorrow.
Jimmy Kelly has to work
the-
overtime and stick around longer?
The answer is Glory Road.
Glory Road.
That's the answer. Phil, was there a reason that movie was picked today?
Yes, it came out today.
Okay.
Okay.
I've never heard of the movie. So.
Glory Road?
Yeah.
What year did that come out?
I don't know.
2009, I think, something like that.
You should have. I think that you should have done the toilet flushing and asked about like All in the Family.
Not to mention the sequel to that, which was a straight-to-video classic called Glory Hole.
All right, well, since you want it gone, I'll just use it one last time.
Thank you very much.
There you go. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next.
Good night, everybody.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There is a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low